that it's 11-22 in the rankings. I wish it was 1-12 in the rankings. Because remember what year was that? 2007.
Yeah.
What made that the end of such a chaotic season was this weekend when everybody lost again, and LSU ended up playing for a national championship with 2 losses.
Well, you guys agree. He's a friend of the show, but he's one of the better analysts right now on TV, Roman Harper.
Yeah.
He said South Carolina wins by double digits.
Yeah,
Double digits.
I saw that.
Yep.
And they did announce after Roman said that a complete sellout at Bryce Williams.
Williams-Brice.
Yeah, I go the other way.
You're a big Bryce truther.
I brought it up last week for Auburn. I thought going into that game was going to be a tremendous atmosphere. It will be even better tomorrow night.
Yeah. It will be. No. It'll be the most hostile environment Clemson's played in all year.
And
there's
we have
zero
seen
doubt about that.
Clemson play garbage offense.
Yeah.
And if that travels, then I think South Carolina's got a great shot there. Pittsburgh at Syracuse. Okay. I think that was your upset alert.
It was my upset alert.
Yeah,
I like the
drew an
Q's in
orange.
that one, yeah.
And
Pittsburgh is right there at 17.
No way you're about to tell me Stanford's going to beat Notre Dame.
No, the final one's BYU at USC.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
That USC could rise up.
Yeah, they could.
Sadly, USC's the unranked team.
They're catching 7.
Yeah.
But, look, again, this could be a really, really chaotic final regular season weekend.
Yeah, and what that does for the committee is they love, 10 to 25 to use 10 to 25 to prop up what they believe in the top. So if you have all those teams losing, they have to go back and come up with their storylines.
That's right.
Oh, no. Well, how do we support this and that? So it could be chaotic for those in the room there in Dallas watching college football this weekend. That is LT's 8 likely unranked upsets over ranked teams, and he threw in 6 bonus possibilities there for you. Brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. University of Montevallo, great place to send your kid to college, son or daughter. I was there. My daughter's there now. I love it so much that my daughter's in school there. I trust them with my daughter. Small class sizes helps her succeed academically. Great athletics, fully funded, great Division II athletic department, 21 fully funded scholarship sports there. Also, one of those beautiful campuses that you would visit and fall in love with instantly. Why don't you take an in-person visit by going to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and find out what Montevallo can do for your son or daughter. When we come back, Rockstar's Playhouse is standing by. Rockstar is going to entertain us with Mrs. Claus right there over your shoulder. I just dawned that she was right there. That is an odd picture, having Mrs. Claus sitting there. Find you somebody that looks at you like Mrs. Claus looks at Rockstar.
She loves us a Rockstar.
Yeah. and then after Rockstar's Playhouse, we'll do our headlines.
What did Mrs. Claus say when you went with the nipple on the foot?
She said, "Oh my!" Oh, she went full Vern Lundquist.
That's when she left the studio.
She went, "Oh my! I'm going to go sit next to Rockstar, get away from the nipple foot loving guy behind the beer." All right, when we come back, Rockstar's Playhouse. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Ran into a guy at court today. He used to be an inmate here in Shelby County. He'd been arrested for DUI, battling addiction, and his girlfriend was ready to bail with their kid. And while he was in, we talked every day. I tried to help him see it wasn't too late to turn it around. That was 8 months ago. Today I found out he was in treatment, clean, and just had his first parent-teacher conference at his kid's school. He was thanking me for believing in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. I don't know what you did at work today, but me, I got to be a part of changing someone's life. Yes, sir. I got to be a part of that.
If a flexible work schedule, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $40,000 plus a year to start sounds good, then maybe you should think about a career as a jail deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change the world. Look us up at Indeed.com or on Insta.
Hey! On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Disclaimer right off just the top of the show here. We're live now on a Monday. As you watch us live on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter, do not adjust your set. I am actually this color. A little pinkish tone to my skin. Got into a situation where I didn't have sunscreen and was outside a little bit longer than I thought pregame down at Jordan-Hare Stadium. No tent for the CBS 42 pregame show in bright sunlight.
So you did not go tanning bed to get prepared for TV?
No. This is straight sunburn right here.
Okay, honest admission, any of you guys ever been in the tanning bed?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, one time.
Yes.
I hated it.
Never in my life.
I hated it.
I had to one time. I had to be in a wedding in California, and my buddy's wife called me specifically, and she said, "You're coming from East Coast. It's a December wedding. You have got to have color for our pictures." And so I decided to do the tanning bed one time. We'll never do it again.
Yeah,
I'm
hated
claustrophobic. I don't know how people lay in that thing. You said it like you've done it like for a summer.
Oh, I had a package.
Like you had a package at the beach. Was the place called the beach?
No, I had a package.
Did you put a bunny on your junk?
No, it was a peace sign. It was a peace sign.
That's how you tracked. That's
right on the hip.
That was the tracking device, right?
See how tan you would get. Yeah,
That's right.
I mean, you have a unique smell when you come out of the tanning
it's
bed.
awful. That's awful.
Hot piss.
No, it's hot piss meets stripper.
Yeah, it is
awful.
a unique smell.
Yeah,
and you can't get that smell off for a couple of days.
No, I was all out.
No matter how much you shower.
That was one visit for me.
So yeah, I am this color. A lot to get to. We're going to do all the respect in the world to the games that were played on Saturday, but obviously the coaching carousel is going full force as well. So we'll hit all the big stuff early on and get to Lincoln Riley and Billy Napier in a second. But we start with the Iron Bowl that happened down at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and I don't think it was not a game I expected to see it play out exactly that way. I knew Auburn could fight and maybe pull the upset. I mean, it's always a possibility at Jordan-Hare Stadium. If they were going to do it, I didn't think it would look the way it looked in that game.
No, I agree. You know, though, watching that game, going into the game, I didn't have an expectation that it was going to be a really tight game. So I thoroughly enjoyed what we got. Just having some drama in that game is always fun. And look, the last time they played in Jordan-Hare, obviously there was a lot of drama en route to Auburn winning that game against Mac Jones, one of his first starts. But I agree with you, man. I mean, it was a sloppy game. The defenses dominated that game. I didn't think we would see 13 sacks. I thought Alabama would be able to get to T.J. Finley. And I did point out, and I think a lot of people pointed out, that one of the weaknesses, especially over the last month plus, has been pass protection for Bryce Young. And Auburn, you got to give Derek Mason, as bad as he was getting dogged out after that Mississippi State loss, the game plan that he had for this Alabama offense, very impressive.
Fantastic. It was fantastic. Yeah, it was such a weird game. I did not at all expect it to play out that way at all. I think if you guys remember, I picked it 42-20.
I had 38-17.
How long would they have had to play, even in the overtimes, to get to 42?
Well, when you start counting by twos, it takes a long time.
They needed 10 more overtimes.
You couldn't even do like Alabama basketball and just start draining in threes to get there that fast.
If I would have told you Auburn, though, Bama has 6 sacks, Auburn has 11 first downs, 159 total yards, and they rushed for 22 yards. What do you think the final score is?
Blowout.
Like bludgeoning, like 50-point game, right?
I mean, Alabama still doubled Auburn up in yardage, passing yardage, rushing yardage.
Well, in
Doubled them
plays,
up.
and they brought this out. You probably weren't listening to the broadcast, but I think it was Gary that brought it up. Alabama has run a ton more plays, and it ended up being 89-66.
Yeah.
But, you know, typically running a lot of plays equates to scoring
I mean,
points.
all those things, if you had just told me, Alabama doubles them up in total yardage, doubles them up in rushing yardage, doubles them up in passing yardage. And that play discrepancy, I would have said, yeah, it's not even an interesting fourth quarter. I mean, that is such a weird game.
But there were times I tweeted it out one time, Alabama's cross midfield. At times it did not seem like Alabama was ever getting across the 50-yard line at Jordan-Hare Stadium. And the press box seats that Brown and I are in the end zone. And it felt like the entire game was played right below us at that end of the field when Auburn and Alabama would just stay planted at that end of the field. Not a lot of offense. We were surrounded by national media people that honestly were asking why they were there for a little bit. I won't name names, but there were some that were like, during the first half, they're like, oh, we're here. We could have been at Ohio State, Michigan, or Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. We came to this game.
Those would have been better choices.
As it turns out, yes.
But it was not an exciting first quarter, and it was okay in the second quarter, especially if you're an Auburn fan. The place was juiced. And then we had a great fourth quarter, and then the drama in the overtimes, and Alabama gutted out the win. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number one, Nick Saban afterwards. I mean, here's a guy who has won, 6 national championships, at Alabama, 7 totally. He's been in all sorts of games, and this guy was giddy afterwards, relieved and excited about what his team showed him to pull out a victory when Auburn had every chance to win the game several times down at Jordan-Hare.
After halftime, it just seemed like everybody was all in, and we were fighting like I've never seen us fight, all year long, and it's a great feeling. Players were as happy as I've ever seen them after the game. I got to give Auburn a lot of credit. Their players, really played well in the game. They played hard. Their defense really played an outstanding game. But, our receivers and Bryce made some plays when we needed to down the stretch, and that was the difference in the game. But, wow, what a game.
Yeah, what a game indeed. And, hats off to Brian Harsin first to get that team ready to play in that setting. That team wasn't on the field against South Carolina, but talking smack, dancing on the sidelines, getting in Alabama players' faces, the atmosphere with the fans, that was an intense environment. And you have to give Harsin and his staff credit to find that inside those Auburn players to have them ready to play on Saturday.
You do, but at the same time, Brown, I think you're a little frustrated if you're an Auburn fan because you've blown 3 consecutive double-digit leads.
Yep. And this one hurts the most.
And it does. And the way Alabama was unable to do anything offensively, 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, that game should have been over. Should have been over.
Well, I mean, a lot of people point at Tank Bigsby running out of bounds, extending the game a little bit for Alabama. I personally don't believe people are giving Jordan Battle enough credit for making the play he made to get him out of bounds. And sure, Tank's got to slide and get down at the numbers. You don't go past the numbers.
Tank's still making a play. In live watching that, I thought he was going to get the first down.
I did too, and so did Tank, which is why he turned the corner there and ran towards the sidelines. He gets the first down, the game's over. Jordan Battle made a phenomenal play to get over and ride him out of bounds. So, it's you can boil it down to a million different things and say, God, if that had just done that, we win the game. If that had just done, we win the game.
And a lot of what ifs.
Yeah, and Alabama can do the same thing. If Tyson doesn't bobble the snap, it may not even get to overtime. I mean, that's the way these games go, is you're able to boil it down to 100 different things that if it had gone differently.
Okay, let's talk about one of those scenarios after we get the ball rolling here with a couple of things. One of the things that we want to get rolling is your images coming in from the weekend. If you're at the Iron Bowl or wherever you were over Thanksgiving weekend enjoying football, our friends at New Life always want you to drop those images to us at Next Round Live, Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 or online danielmooreart.com. Here's one of our entries. Rockstar hit it, man. This is Brian Wilkes.
I know Brian.
Brian Wilkes right here.
Wow.
His wife Stacy sent this in and says this was the Roll Tide happy dance right after Alabama wins in overtime. Send us those images, man.
Ridiculous.
Wow.
Rocky, you know Stacy. You remember Stacy? Red hair Stacy?
Oh, yeah.
Red hair Stacy. We all know red hair Stacy.
I think you've played a party for him before.
Played a Halloween party for him years and years ago.
So that jumped into my timeline really quick. I was like, oh, yeah, we got to show that. So send us your images if you're at the game. And this our New Life Art images from the weekend. So that is a big part of what we do on Mondays. We like to share the experiences. We also have a Cowan Equipment poll question out. LT will tell you about Cowan Equipment.
Dave calls it Pitbull Santa.
that was Pitbull's. Give it to us again, Rockstar. Now
Brian's a little bigger than Pitbull, though.
Yeah.
Now thinking about Pitbull Santa.
Pitbull Santa, yeah. That's what it is. That is Pitbull Santa.
Yeah, Pitbull Santa right here. He's got a little...
you say alcohol's involved?
Oh, it has to be. First of all, to be watching the game wearing that outfit.
You got to support the team.
Very festive.
Who was John Travolta? Little John Travolta in that the dance with Gwyneth Paltrow, right? No, not Gwyneth Paltrow.
Uma Thurman.
Uma Thurman.
You're the best.
Yeah.
Vintage Dunaway.
Really good, really good. Cowan Equipment poll question. Before you tell us about Cowan, tell us the poll question, because I think this is an important part of the discussion about the Iron Bowl as well. That is the Cowan Equipment poll question, Brown.
It is. I was just getting an update on something. My apologies. We asked earlier, in the moment, did you think Auburn should have gone for 2 after their first overtime score?
I 100%. I thought they were going for 2, and I would have gone for 2 in that situation.
So
Very easy to say it now, but in the moment,
no, I said it out loud.
I said it out loud too. Got to go for 2.
57% say yes, 43% say no. And now I said it out loud. Dunaway knows this guy. This guy named Jeff Myers, who worked in Scott knows him too. Worked for 33-40 for years. He now works for CBS Sports on game days like that. And he was standing next to me in the end zone. And I look at him after Auburn scores. I said, I'd go for 2 here. And he goes, ooh, that's one of those where if it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't, you're an idiot. I was like, no. The Auburn fan base would love Brian Harsin regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, we said the same thing on the CBS 42 set, watching the end of the game before going on afterwards, because that's your opportunity right then to walk it off and win the game. And
you never had that opportunity again, by the way.
You didn't, and your quarterback's hurt.
That's right.
So that in itself limits the number of 2-point plays you have.
And that's what I told Jeff. I said Alabama has a distinct overtime advantage in this game because Auburn's quarterback is playing on one leg.
Yeah.
And Alabama is the team that has come. They've got the momentum. They're hot now. I mean, they've got the distinct overtime advantage. I said I would do anything I could to shorten this overtime. I'd go for 2 right here.
Yep.
And even if you miss it, I think Auburn fans look at it and say, I love my coach doing that. I wish we would have gotten it. Wish we would have won the game. I hated it. Ended up in overtime. But I love my coach going for the kill.
Yeah, I think the loss is even easier to swallow.
Yeah, I agree. If you're the aggressor like that. And again, Auburn never ran another play to win the game. Alabama had all the rest of the plays to win the game after that. That was your last chance to run a play to win the game.
And also, you're playing with house money in your house because you're
6-5.
You're a 6-5 football team with, and the win's not really going to change your bowl destination that much, right? The world is watching, and it would be a chance to sort of put a stamp, an exclamation point. He already put a stamp on what kind of program he's building down there. I think that was a hard fought win where I think Brian Harsin won over a lot of Auburn people. It was a chance to put an exclamation point on that day, win or lose, to say this is how we're going to play this game. We're not intimidated by these guys. We're going to go for the win every time we play them into the future. I would have loved the decision. You can go vote right now at Next Round Live on Twitter. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Also, don't forget, this is the coach that played the analytics against Mississippi State and went for 2 to leave the game on 9 because the analytics say do that now. I mean, that's a new school of coaching. It is a new train of thought that coaches are using that they didn't used to use. So I was a little surprised that he wasn't also the aggressor in this situation, knowing that if this thing goes to overtimes, it's going to come down to 2-point plays anyway. And I've got my best 2-point play that I'm going to run at that time. Why not run it now?
Yeah, I think with the way the rules are designed now, which need to be changed, it's a horrible way to end a football game. Horrible way. But it needs to be changed. But the way they are now, I think it sets up to where if you are the team that goes last and you score a touchdown, the extra point ties it, you go for 2 there with your best 2-point play because it's about to become a 2-point conversion shootout.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to run that play in 5 minutes anyway. Why not run it now?
So why not run your play to win it right then and walk it off the field? Because what's going to happen is if you don't do it there, on the next one, they have a chance to go for 2 and walk it off and beat you.
The NFL's always been confused on their overtime format.
Well, there's not a good one in football.
Yeah. And this one, though, is one of the worst I've ever seen. Yeah. And I was just wondering from y'all's perspective being on the field, because, I'm on the couch, and I don't get to see the teams walking back and forth,
so awful.
Which makes it even more ridiculous. If you're going to do it, look, just stay on one side of the field, right?
Yeah, but in, say, Jordan-Hare Stadium, there is a distinct advantage for Alabama being at that end of the field, the north or east end of the field where the Alabama band and fans are, as opposed to down by the Auburn student section. So there is an advantage being on one end or the other.
Yeah, and I just noticed the head official, I can't remember his name, but every time, I mean, it was just so funny. Every time it was Alabama's choice, he would look to the sideline and he would point down to that end, and they would just start going. Saban is shaking his head every time, like, yeah, we're going right back down there.
Yeah, get away from those Auburn students who are amazing on game day. They are fantastic. Great setting there. A lot to talk about with the Iron Bowl. You're open to call in as well. The Pepsi hotline is open, 205-734-0923. 734-0923. We'll get to your phone calls coming up in the next segment. We'll talk about anything you want, best and worst of the weekend. Iron Bowl, Michigan winning, also Bedlam, all that to get into. But obviously the biggest story in college football away from the games on the field is the coaching carousel. So a little nod to that here, and we'll get into this over the next 4 hours a lot deeper. But Billy Napier to Florida, but the big one is Lincoln Riley leaving Oklahoma and going to USC. There had been talk for over a month now that Lincoln Riley was leaving Norman. We had heard it. Everyone had been hearing it inside college football. He was going to leave Norman. A lot of people thought it would be the money and the opportunity at LSU coming to the SEC and being at a more stable SEC situation than Oklahoma being new into the league. But now for college football, this seems like a great move because there's Lincoln Riley reviving, saving, giving a heartbeat to the Pac-12.
Well, look, and it's the first good news for this USC program, I don't know, in more than a decade. And, I said on Friday, Lincoln Riley takes the LSU job. This will be bigger than any result of any game over the weekend. It'll be the lead story. I had no idea USC would be in the mix. I thought Oklahoma was going to beat Oklahoma State. If that would have happened, then I don't think Mike Bond and USC have an opportunity to go after Lincoln Riley. Once they lost that game, Oklahoma's season essentially was over, and it was an opportunity to push all the chips on the table. And I didn't know where the commitment for football was from USC. I think Mike Bone showed over the weekend that they're back and they want to win championships, and it is an unbelievable hire.
All the reports are that USC wanted him all along. They saw the opening since they lost Bedlam and knew this is the time to strike, and basically sold him on it in 24 hours. I mean, those are the reports anyway, or less than 24 hours, or 12 hours. Those are the reports anyway, which indicates that he really had, a lot of people have made this point, Lance, that he had zero desire to coach in the Southeastern Conference, whether it be for LSU or Oklahoma. He didn't want to coach in the SEC.
We talked about what are the better jobs, don't we? Was it, the three that were open, LSU, Florida, USC. I thought, Florida, then LSU and USC, I thought they were all really close. But I think this shows you that Oklahoma was not in the mix of those three jobs.
That's right. That's right.
So I think Lincoln Riley leaving, this is subjective on whatever direction you want to go. I agree with you. I don't think Lincoln Riley wanted to part of the SEC. I wouldn't either. If I had the opportunity, especially if the money's the same, and I can't wait to see the contract details to see if the money is in line with what Florida and what LSU are paying. If so, then Lincoln Riley, apparently he made the right decision for him and his family anyway. But the path of least resistance, he couldn't win a national championship at Oklahoma. How in the hell are you going to win one now coming to the SEC?
That's going to be tough. Yeah.
And remember, we're going to a format, it appears. We should vote on it early next week or in 2 weeks. We're going to a format that's going to have 12 teams in the playoffs, but the Power Five looks like they're going to all keep an automatic bid to get to that playoffs. So it's an easier path in the Pac-12 than the SEC to get that automatic bid. Now, the SEC will have wild cards coming out to what. So there'll be multiple SEC teams in there. But the path to get there, a lot easier. Plus, a whole region of the country in recruiting that you can put your flag, your stake in the ground, your flag in the ground and say, we are the team on the West Coast to come to. And I think this is horrible news for Mario Cristobal or Chip Kelly or anyone else in the Pac-12. Yeah. It raises the profile of the Pac-12, but that Oregon job just got harder. Whoever takes the Washington job, that job just got harder because USC is always the dominant program in the Pac-12.
Yeah, Brown, and Lincoln Riley, he's a smart guy. And looking around, where am I going to dominate in recruiting if I stay at Oklahoma? If I go to LSU, maybe I own the state of Louisiana, but I'm not going to dominate in Texas. Right now, that entire West region is his. Yep. And if you can just get 25 quality guys from the West, and there's hundreds that come out every year, you can dominate.
To the money portion, though, and to show you how this was his thinking, when the money comes out, I bet if you factor in taxes and cost of living, it is less than what he would have taken home to coach LSU or Florida.
Oh, probably.
And maybe even Oklahoma.
I promise you, Brown, I think if everyone was telling the truth, he actually turned down, forget cost of living, he turned down more money to go to LSU and took the USC job.
There is zero doubt in my mind he could have gotten more money out of LSU than he got out of USC without even factoring in cost of living. I just mean hard number.
Now, there was a report yesterday, and I find it hard to believe, and I was telling the roommate, there is no way USC would pay this, but 10 years, $120 million.
I mean, that's significant.
Yeah. I mean, USC is not going to more than triple what they were paying their head coach. I find that hard to believe, but maybe that's what it took to get Lincoln Riley. Well, if you're making $12 million, it really doesn't matter the cost of living, right?
Yeah, but I agree with you. I would be shocked if it's that money at USC. That wouldn't blow me away if it was LSU.
That's right.
I mean, I think that's probably what the market bears in the SEC right now. USC, even approaching $10 million would really surprise me. But again, cost of living factored in, you can live on $12 million in Los Angeles.
And at some point, as a human, you decide, okay, I love the South and I love our SEC cities. But for some people, do you want to live in Los Angeles or do you want to live in Baton Rouge or Norman, right? Or do you want to live in LA? Or do you want to live in Seattle? Or do you want to live in Norman or, Baton Rouge or Tuscaloosa or Auburn? Sometimes, if you think outside of football and just your way of living, sometimes you may want to live in a better location than a small southern town.
And look, he might be a huge Los Angeles fan of that area. I don't know. His wife might be. I don't know the circumstances, but he has had an opportunity for 5 years now to be the head coach at Oklahoma and live in a smaller community. And that can be overwhelming for some people because he is the A-list celebrity. He's probably the top celebrity in that entire town of Norman, right?
Yeah, maybe the whole state.
So he goes to Los Angeles. He's anonymous. Nobody's going to know who Lincoln Riley is. Nobody.
That's right.
He can go wherever he wants. He can go to a movie. He can go shopping.
He can go to a nice restaurant, and the waitress will go back to the back and say, I've got some hayseed out here. Yep. Probably won't even tip me anything. All right, a lot to get into. We'll do the Pepsi hotline. Open that up, 205-734-0923. You can also jump into the Farmfolio chat room with us there. Also on Twitter at Next Round Live, Instagram at Next Round Live. Keep those pictures rolling in and keep those gifts rolling to your family members from our friends at the Pants Store. You got a fan in your life. Maybe you're the fan. You want to just buy something for yourself. The Pants Store has it all. Your favorite team gear, whether it's for the spring, the summer, the winter, or the fall, they've got them all there for you, including some great game day polos and game day long sleeve shirts, sunglasses brands for men and women, the Ray-Bans, the Costa, the SunCloud, the Gooder, game day accessories, the ladies' fashion as well, all at 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and also online at pantsstore.com. Check them out, pantsstore.com. We're rolling into December. Roll to the place that gives you the great gifts at the pantsstore.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight of Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight of Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Time for the best and worst of the weekend. Whatever you want to talk about, the best thing you saw, worst thing you saw over the weekend. In the Farmfolio chat room, also on the Pepsi hotline, 205-734-0923. And you guys jumping in on Twitter as well at Next Round Live. It's all brought to you by Hemp Hill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to pick up the phone. Call our friends at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team there. The ones I trust to fix it right the first time. Always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Before it gets lost in all the translation, the best shooting day for Alabama this basketball season, 96-64 over Miami yesterday. They scored 63 points in the second half, blowing open a 3-point lead at the half to beat Miami yesterday. So a big week ahead in basketball, plenty of time to get to that as we move throughout the week. But we do best and worst of the weekend, and we jump in quickly. Bill says the best of the weekend, big Michigan fan, finally. And that's all he says.
Wow. I couldn't believe the way that game played out either. I mean, not that Michigan won, but the way, Lance, they controlled that game almost from start to finish and just ran the ball down Ohio State's throat and made them like it.
Look, man, I mean, I give, Jim Harbaugh has never been my favorite. I've stuck with it, though. I think the guy's a pretty good coach. It is showing again this year. I love the fact they win the toss, they want the football, they go right down, score, and they physically dominated that game. And I thought C.J. Stroud, in the conditions, he should have had an early pick that was dropped by Michigan safety. But all in all, Stroud played his ass off. It was just Haskins, that offensive line, and what Michigan was able to do defensively.
Yeah, and that doesn't get talked about enough. is the pass rush that Michigan brings to the table. They have two of the best in the country, probably the best duo pass rushers in the country, not in Athens, Georgia. They get after you.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson was unblockable, and that was almost the Ndamukong Suh moment in the Big 12 championship game. Coming out of that, right now the Heisman is wide open. We won't see C.J. Stroud again.
I know. Bryce Young's got a huge advantage. He gets one more game. Now, it could be a disadvantage if it goes poorly, but
if the offensive line plays like it did against Auburn, it could get really, really nasty.
I think I saw he's back as the Vegas favorite now, even after the Auburn game.
But Hutchinson has put his name in that mix.
He has, and Anderson didn't have the game at Auburn that will put him there. If he had a 4-sack game, that was a perfect time for him to do something like that.
Dunaway won a stake on that because it goes to overtime and ends up being 2-1. But after that first possession when Anderson gets the sack on third down, I was like, oh, my God, he's going to have at least 5 today.
I thought so, too.
Yeah, so for the Michigan win, back to Bill's point, that sets up everything for Michigan. They now up to number 2 in the Associated Press poll, but more importantly, in the football rankings coming up tomorrow night, they'll likely be number 2 right behind Georgia.
Should be.
Yep. But here comes tricky Iowa.
Well, I was
tricky. Did you watch the Iowa-Nebraska game?
Yeah, Nebraska should have won that game.
There's nothing tricky about Iowa.
That's the way Nebraska plays all the time. Michigan, you're sitting here right now saying that Michigan will not lose Iowa.
I am not saying that at all.
Then that's what I was just saying. It's tricky Iowa. It's a tricky game. They could lose the game coming up this weekend. It's a losable game for Michigan.
Can I give you a hot take on an early Monday?
Yes, let's go hot take early Monday. I love hot take early Mondays.
If 2 of 3 favorites in the Big 10, Big 12, and American lose, Alabama can still get in with a loss.
Hang on. Say that again.
Well, the scenario that's out there is where I wrote it down.
If all three lose,
Georgia,
Bama's
Iowa,
in.
Houston, Baylor. And those are all winnable games.
No,
Georgia,
all
Iowa,
you need
Houston,
2 and 3.
Baylor.
As long as Alabama doesn't get blown out. If Alabama can play this tight, if Michigan, Oklahoma State, Cincinnati, 2 of those 3 lose, Bama's in.
I hate to even talk about.
I'm just saying. I mean, you tell me who would be in. The committee's going to have a nightmare on their hands.
With the games, we have so much to talk about to get into this scenario we can get into later this week.
But it's a realistic scenario.
It is absolutely. It is absolutely. But for Michigan to win this game and finally beat Ohio State, monkey off the back for Jim Harbaugh. But now it's not just beating Ohio State. He potentially is he's 1 win away from being in the college football playoffs, and potentially the betting odds are starting to show could play Georgia for a national championship or could be in the national championship game. That's a long way from Jim Harbaugh 365 days ago.
Oh, yeah, it's a long way from Jim Harbaugh 60 days ago. Or when did they lose to Michigan State? When did they blow a 16-point lead in the second half?
Yeah.
And we were like, here we go again with Michigan. Look, they're going to be favored. Obviously, they're a double-digit favorite against Iowa. If this holds on, they win that game, they're going to be the number 2 seed. They're more than likely going to be favored whoever. I would assume at this point it's going to be Oklahoma State or Cincinnati would be your 3 seed if everything plays out. They're going to be favored in that game. You're right. And Michigan, if they go on and play for a national championship, Jim Harbaugh could go from blowing a 16-point lead to Mel Tucker 3 weeks ago to your national coach of the year.
No, to your point, I said it after the game went final. Now we get to watch Michigan with all the pressure of the world on their shoulders.
That's right.
That's when I thought they were playing Wisconsin. And I know you say, well, Wisconsin lost to Minnesota, so how good were they really? And that's a valid point.
Wisconsin's better than Iowa, though.
I think they are, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if this was Michigan-Wisconsin, if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm scared to death by that game. This Iowa team does not scare me one bit.
Look, there's a reason this number's 10.5 done away. And if Wisconsin would have done what they had done the last 9 weeks, this number probably would have been Michigan 3 over Wisconsin. But Wisconsin laid an egg this past weekend against Minnesota, unable to get that win. And, I think it's a fortunate draw for them. Iowa is one of those teams, and we saw it early on, if they can turn you over and Goodson's effectively running the football, Iowa can beat a lot of teams.
That Cade McNamara interception when he threw in the triple coverage when they had a chance to go up 14-0, that kind of throw can get you beat against Iowa.
Well, I thought it was funny. Right before the throw, Klatt was like, okay, it's time to dial it up. If you're Josh Gaddis, dial it up right here, go for the zone. And I didn't disagree. You just don't want to throw into triple coverage.
Yep. And they quickly at that point realized we probably can run for 267 and 6 touchdowns. Why throw the ball ever again? Let's just run this thing out. Paul's Best and Worst of the Weekend brought to you by friends at Hemp Hill. Bryce Young going 98 yards in a minute and 40 with 0 timeouts without B-Rob and Jamison Williams in the game. Heisman moment, says Paul. That's his best. His worst, Brian Harsin coaching scared in overtime. But to the best, Bryce Young didn't do a whole lot for a whole lot of that game. Alabama didn't relinquish trailing in that game until 24 seconds. They didn't get back tied in that game until 24 seconds left. And they have no threat of a running game.
They don't. But, you finally got to the point where there was no threat to run the ball anyway. So the B-Rob thing, the Brian Robinson being out, really hurt them on the previous possession. When they've got a 4th and 1, you would have loved to have gone Brian Robinson there if you're going to run the football, right? With all due respect to this great story Trey Sanders is, that's not who you wanted to hand it to right there. You wanted to be handing it to Brian Robinson if you're going to hand it off at all. So that's where it killed them. And Alabama could have easily packed it in at that point. You've just given Auburn the ball back around midfield. All they got to do is get a first down. You're down 1 timeout because you had to burn a timeout earlier. You're in a mess. And then with the odds totally stacked against him, to engineer that drive without his deep threat in Jamison Williams and to find that kind of trust in Ja'Cory Brooks with the game on the line, that's incredible.
I got to be honest, I didn't know who Ja'Cory Brooks was.
I'd seen him play against Arkansas.
He had 2 receptions.
Yeah, you missed his other 2 catches this year?
Well, the only reason.
But that was, look, it was a great throw, but the adjustment Brooks made.
Incredible.
I mean, it really was.
The only reason I knew who he was because he had a couple plays against Arkansas. And I'm like, well, I guess that's the young receiver they're going to go with now.
Hey,
I never thought he would play a vital role in the Iron Bowl.
Back to Trey Sanders, everyone talked about how healthy is Trey Sanders. After watching him leap a defender, he's got to be pretty healthy. Now, is he going to be healthy enough to go out and go 100-plus against this Georgia defense? That seems far-fetched. But we've seen running backs in weird games. Was it Trey Smith in 2002?
Yeah, it was. Listen, though, if what I've seen of Brian Robinson is an indication of the type of player he is, you'll have to amputate that lower extremity, whatever it is.
Yeah, pulled muscle is what.
That guy is going to do. That is, Brian Robinson is far from the most talented running back Alabama has had in this run. But I don't think you can doubt his desire to play the game and his toughness.
The last time we saw a significant running back injury coming into this game was Carry-On against Georgia.
Yeah, and he was a shell of himself.
He was, and that's the fear Alabama fans have if Brian Robinson comes back. And I agree with you. He's going to do everything he can to play. I think he probably does play.
I would agree with you.
But I think he's probably a shell of himself.
Bobby from Homewood, Auburn fan, no mention of the 2 non-intentional grounding throws on that Heisman drive. I didn't see any that should have been called. You?
There was one they threw, and I'll tell you, it's interesting. My point of view was from kind of behind the play on the Alabama sideline. And the minute the ball hit the ground, both officials pointed Slade Bolden, who was the receiver that was closest to it. Going back and watching it, the ball wasn't as close to Slade as I initially thought, but the officials were far closer to me, and both of them, not one of them, both of them point at Slade Bolden, which is the protocol they use, so the head official could say, okay, there was a guy in the area.
Paul, best of the weekend, Bama winning. Worst of the weekend, Bama looks the worst out of all the top 10 teams, he says now.
I'd tap the brakes on that.
I wouldn't go that far. It's just, again, as we sit here in the completion of the regular season, we continue to compare Alabama to the 2020 version.
Yeah. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. Write that number down. Cap it, don't snap it this holiday season. If you call our good friend Chris Stewart, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewers and listeners for December installs. He's got a 20-year service record here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep out the debris. Again, call C. Stu today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Being fair on both sides of the fence here, Randy, best of the weekend, Alabama wins. Worst of the weekend, SEC officiating. You know you did a good job if everybody hates you, and you did a bad job.
Well, I was going to feel sorry, Brown, for Bo if Alabama lost that game.
Well, he's going to be an Auburn legend. What are you feeling sorry for?
Well, no, Auburn would have loved him. Alabama fans, though, it would have been nonstop with the superstitious Alabama fan, right?
I mean, Alabama got called 11 penalties for 129 yards. So if you're going to show up today complaining the officials didn't make calls on Alabama, it's going to be kind of hard to swallow that one. 11 for 129?
There's montages everywhere of the receivers Alabama running downfield of
Jamison Williams,
early hits,
getting interfered
holds
with,
and such like that. Those things happen both sides of the fence every weekend.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough argument for you today That's the most penalty yardage in the Saban era, 11 for 129.
Bo Nix later on the show with us at 11 o'clock today, scheduled to be with us live. Michael wants to know, does Lincoln now change the names of his dogs, Boomer and Sooner? That will be awkward.
Are those his dogs?
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
That's why you got to be careful with stuff like that.
That's like you never get a tattoo of a significant other.
That's right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's worse if he's got a tattoo that says Boomer and Sooner.
Well, I mean, it's like, Kiffin's got that kid Knox, and we've got a mutual friend that's a Tennessee fan, and he thinks Lane Kiffin would go back to Tennessee if this Heupel to Oklahoma, which now has some baggage if you start to look at the history of Heupel in Oklahoma. But, Kiffin names his kid Knox. There's no chance he would take that job, is there?
Oh, no.
Zero chance. I mean, Ole Miss is a better job right now than Tennessee, isn't it?
We've already got one guy who left a better job to go sideways or backwards to USC.
Oh, stop.
It's not going to happen twice. Hey, the show is being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy today. When we come back, we'll continue our best and worst of the weekend. As we said, Bo Nix coming up at 11. The Nick Saban SEC Championship Week News Conference coming up at 12. But, Rocky, your guy is ready for a new month.
It is. It's almost December for Adam Mestre. Only Adam Mestre has December at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Lincoln Riley to USC, Billy Napier to Florida, Sonny Dykes to TCU. Reports have Rhett Lashley going to SMU, Joe Moorhead on the radar for Akron. David Cutcliffe is out at Duke. Alabama wins the Iron Bowl 24-22. They are a heavy dog facing Georgia this week for the SEC championship. We'll talk about Bama's injuries and then what you guys are asking in the Farmfolio chat room. John wants to know, any truth to the rumor that Harsin is being considered for the Washington job? What Brian Harsin said about that when we come back on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
It's that time of year again. Don't miss Bromberg's store-wide pre-Christmas sale. Get 20% off throughout the store on diamonds and gemstones, designer jewelry, fine timepieces, fabulous giftware, and more. Find gifts from Bromberg's increased inventory of beautiful, timeless jewelry she will adore for a lifetime. And get 20% off during Bromberg's pre-Christmas sale Wednesday, December 1st and Thursday, December 2nd at Mountain Brook and the Summit. Make Christmas wishes come true with a silver Bromberg's box under the tree. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
In recognition of your service and support for our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases both in-store and online from October 24th through November 14th. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for details. Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem, I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. The show being brought to you in part, before we hear about Brian Hartson answering the question about Washington and his commitment to Auburn. Nut Dust bringing us the show. A lot of coaches having to answer questions about jobs and other potential moves over the weekend. Those are those Nut Dust type moments. Perfect for the holidays coming up in December.
And our friends at Nut Dust, they are redefining the use and feel of body powder. It's talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder, great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. 2 great sizes. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Great stocking stuffer is Nut Dust. Go to officialnutdust.com.
Boy, Brian Hartson, his first Iron Bowl, poured his guts into this thing and put on a good show for the Auburn fans. No moral victories, I know that, but it is such a better day, I think, than Auburn fans thought they were going to have down there, and it didn't end the way they wanted to. But to just moments after going through that during the game, and then walking in and answering all the tough questions about this or that for the game, and then you also have to answer questions about possibly you being mentioned for jobs elsewhere in the country. Here's Brian Hartson right afterwards.
I'm always committed to what I'm doing. This is, we're just coming off a tough game. I came to Auburn for a reason. I mean, look at the history of my coaching career, and this isn't about me. This is about our team tonight. We played a good football team. We didn't win. I'm disappointed. Our players are disappointed. I care more about what the hell they think, and that we got to take care of those guys. But there's a reason why we came to Auburn, and so just do a little research and see the history of the things that I've been able to do and been a part of, and there's a reason why we're here. Auburn's a great place. Love it. Love the community here. I love where we're going with this program. Disappointed as hell. Those guys in that locker room know where I stand, and everybody in this program and this coaching staff knows where I stand. I love it here. I love the orange and blue, and we got a lot of more work to do.
So your thoughts on those comments? I was on the set. We carried it live on CBS 42, so I was not able to hear the setup question. I don't know if anybody did. Forrester, was it specifically about Washington? Thumbs up on that? No, it was just about his commitment to Auburn and not other jobs. That's what I thought. No specific name was thrown out there, no specific job.
Yeah, and this is on the heels of Pete Thamel of Yahoo Sports, who, is a pretty good fill, I think, for these national coaching searchers, saying he's not even being considered at Washington. So, that report, I think, was Friday. I think was when Pete wrote that. And then, though he was not specifically asked about it, I think everybody knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, like if I'm Washington, and I'm not saying Brian Harsin did a bad job this year, but you just fired a guy that was 7-6 in a year plus. You're going to go hire a 6-6 coach? I mean, I just don't think Washington, the fan base, would get excited about that.
The only reason his name was mentioned for that job was his relationship with Chris Peterson, who apparently has a big say even in this coaching hire too up there. So that is Brian Harsin answering the question, to put that to rest there. When Brown and I left Jordan-Hare Stadium long after the game, we exited through the Auburn recruiting area. And Brian Harsin was showered, wardrobe change, and still there recruiting, talking to a family. It looked like there was about 3 families still there, and he was still recruiting when we left.
Oh, yeah. And that was, 10 o'clock probably? 9 o'clock, 9:30, whatever
right before
it was.
10 o'clock.
He's got a $5 million buyout, too. I mean, I find it hard to believe that he's going to leave after this year.
Okay, so back to the games on the field. Best and worst of the weekend. Lincoln is out to USC, and Aiden, I think is how you say that with a Y, Aiden wants to know Lincoln Riley in Oklahoma. Who do you guys think the Sooners go get?
Well, it's fascinating because it's a job that has been in the college football playoffs in a really good spot now. They're coming to the SEC. I'm told that's going to make it a worse job. I don't think it automatically makes it a worse job. The Josh Heupel thing apparently did not end well. He would be the obvious name. Bob Stoops is coaching him in the bowl game, and he's got a brother that's done a pretty good job. So you wonder if you can, obviously Bob Stoops still has a pretty big say in this program. When you think if he can come off the Fox set and say, I'll tell you what, I know you've got a bunch of assistant coaches, but I'll go ahead and coach this team in a bowl game.
Well, look, if I'm Oklahoma, I'd love to have a guy that's already navigated their way through the SEC with less talent, and that's what Mark Stoops has been able to do. Mark Stoops is second right now in the East with 9 wins at Kentucky.
Yeah, I say that again because I was about to point that out if you left it out there. How many wins does he have?
9 wins. He's 9-3 and completely destroyed Louisville. I did like Louisville this past weekend. That didn't work out well. But Mark Stoops done a really good job. He's won 8+ in 4 seasons in Kentucky. That's just, that's rare air if you're talking about Kentucky football. So I think that's something to look at. I think Lane Kiffin could be in the mix on this job. I really do. We talk about it's a good fit at Ole Miss, but if you're Oklahoma and now you're sitting there and you're scattered, you don't know what direction to go. Again, Lane Kiffin's got a lot of SEC experience. It's fun offense. That's what you typically get at Oklahoma.
Did you see the Schefter report yesterday?
No.
That Cliff Kingsbury will factor into this.
I did see that. I didn't know it was from Schefter.
Oh, it was from Schefter, which blows me away.
Right now on pace to be the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Right. And you've seen him in the Big 12. I know they're going to the SEC, but Oklahoma got to see him up close and personal, and it was a disaster.
With Pat
Texas
Mahomes
Tech.
as your quarterback.
Yeah, disaster at Texas Tech.
Yeah. Cliff Kingsbury, one of the names being mentioned there at Oklahoma.
I mean, if you guys are Oklahoma, if Mark Stoops is on the table,
well, of the 3 people,
if Lane Kiffin's on the table,
I'd say I haven't heard anything about Kiffin. I've seen Kingsbury, I've seen Stoops, and I've seen Brent Venables, who has a history there at Oklahoma. That wouldn't excite me at all. I want an offensive coach.
Yep, well, I'm with you.
I mean, if you're Lane Kiffin, do you take this job? Of course, you take this job, right?
I don't know. When you said that, I don't know what Oklahoma's going to look like in the SEC.
There is a huge unknown.
I know what Ole Miss looks like
in the SEC.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Odie's always there for a good time. A great place to have a conversation like we're having over drinks.
Yeah, look, Birmingham Institution, Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Remember, every Wednesday, me and Rocky and Will Haver, we've got the Odie's team trivia. Always a lot of fun. But if you're just looking for a big-time lunch, stop by. Rodney Davis cooking up great food for almost 30 years. Burgers, award-winning wings. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in today. Go see Will Haver and that great staff at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
I'll make the point, though, everybody throws up expanded playoffs, which Ole Miss would be in this year. So, right. I know it's automatic to say, Oklahoma's a much better job, and historically it has been. But if you look at the changing landscape of college football, the Ole Miss job's the best it's ever been right now. They would be a playoff team in an expanded playoff.
And from what I'm told, well, not really told, from what I've read, there the SEC way of doing things with all the off-the-field assistants and all that set up and facility arm races that Oklahoma is a little behind in. I think someone made the comparison that Lincoln Riley had half the off-the-field assistants that they have in Tuscaloosa and in Athens. So, you don't want to go to a gunfight with a knife.
Yeah, but if you are a big-time premier coach, whether it's and I'm not saying these are premier coaches, but whether it's Stoops or Lane Kiffin that's coached in the SEC, that's when you tell Oklahoma, I'm only going to take this job if you make things equal. I've got to have this.
And while they had half of that, I think they probably, if you'll go look, also had about half of the TV revenue that the SEC schools have. Would you say that's an overstatement? Whatever the cut the Big 12 gave them each year versus what the SEC schools get.
That's probably about right, yeah.
Yeah. So, you can some of those issues you have at Oklahoma are going to get made up very quickly with SEC money.
And I would be blown away. And I'm not saying that. I just heard Lane Kiffin, his name could get in the mix, would be blown away if he turned down Oklahoma to stay at Ole Miss.
Yeah, I would rather, if I'm Lane Kiffin and want to leave, I'd rather go to LSU than Oklahoma.
Oh, sure.
Ashley, great female listener in the Farmfolio chat room. Brown's about to tell us about Farmfolio. Derek Mason had a brilliant plan for Saturday. Troy backs that up. Yes, Ashley, that was the first game all year he had a great plan. Mason needs to go. Somebody go find Kevin Steele.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's those type of comments and the moans and groans provided by Ryan Brown in the Farmfolio chat room.
Kevin Steele routinely got smoked by Alabama. You don't want that one. Worried about market volatility? Let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
He held him to 45. It's all he needed to in 2019. Back in a moment, more Iron Bowl talk, more about the rivalry games and the coaching carousel. Bo Nix in 1 hour. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford behind the big glass, all in our Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, presented by Bud Light. 83 bowl-eligible teams for 82 spots.
Uh-oh, somebody's getting
left out.
Yeah, who's it going to be?
I'd hate for it to be Old Dominion, who fought hard to come back and get bowl-eligible. I think they got off to a 1-6 start, and Old Dominion is bowl-eligible going down the streak.
So Florida's bowl-eligible now. LSU's bowl-eligible.
It's easier in the SEC just to say Vandy. Everyone else is in.
That's what 13.
It is.
Yeah.
13 bowl-eligible teams. So much so that there will be an SEC team that will be farmed out to a Gasparilla Bowl or something like that.
But, USC loses again. It was a really good game against BYU on Saturday night. I don't know if you guys stayed up to watch it. They had an opportunity there at the end. But with that loss, they've got Cal. And so, best case, they're going 5-7. How quickly do you think Lincoln Riley turns this into a 10-win team? Because I think it's next year.
I don't know what they got coming back. Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart will be back.
Yeah. But
Keaton Slovis will be back.
I mean, just keep in mind already, 5-star recruit, quarterback, Malachi Nelson, who had committed to him at Oklahoma, has already pulled back his commitment, and he's thinking about going with him to USC. There were three 5-star guys who've already said USC's, I'm pulling back my commitment. USC's on my radar now. And there's enough talent out there. I can see that easily.
Yeah.
There's no way I'll make a bet that Lincoln Riley's not in the playoffs or doesn't have 10 wins or anything like that. I think he'll be uber successful. That starts our headlines, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. A big update for you on our Next Round store after I give you the headlines.
So the holidays are approaching. You might be wondering how you can make some extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a great solution. If your home's equity is the size of Santa's waist belt, then Mortgage Right can help turn that equity into cash in your pocket with a cash-out refi. Reach out today for a free home health check to see if a cash-out refi is right for you. Visit them today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Alabama wins the Iron Bowl 24-22 in 4 overtimes. New college football playoff rankings come out Tuesday night, but in the AP poll, the Crimson Tide drops to number 3. Georgia's 1, Michigan is 2, Cincinnati 3. Alabama 4, Oklahoma State is up to 5. Notre Dame is 6, Ohio State, Ole Miss, Baylor, and Oregon round out the top 10. Arkansas is in at 23. A&M's in at 24. Kentucky is in at 25. We'll talk about Alabama's injuries going into the championship game against Georgia in a moment. Some injuries for Alabama. David Cutcliffe steps down at Duke after 14 seasons there. Meanwhile, Lincoln Riley leaves Oklahoma to USC. Billy Napier leaves Louisiana to Florida. Sonny Dykes leaves SMU to TCU. Rhett Lashley looks like he's going to be the new coach at SMU. And Joe Moorhead looks like he's going to be the new coach at Akron. Alabama basketball dominant in the second half against Miami. Beats them 96-64. 63 points in the second half. A ton of scoring, including Keon Ellis, who had 22 in a SportsCenter dunk last night. Auburn is 5-1. They get UCF, good team on Wednesday at Auburn Arena. Then they get Yale. For Alabama, they play Saturday against Gonzaga. And then UAB is 5-2. Tough loss to San Francisco. Well, I mean, Alabama will have to play a good game to beat the Zags.
You think?
Yeah,
Duke beat them. Is Alabama better than Duke?
I mean, let's throw up the question. More likely to happen: Alabama basketball beating Gonzaga or Alabama football beating Georgia?
What will be the point spread of the basketball game, you think, Lance?
No, Gonzaga will be 10-12.
Wow, that's big.
But in basketball terms, that's probably close to a touchdown,
which is what Alabama is an underdog in the Georgia game.
Yeah,
you're messing up my 4 downs or my 3 and out.
We'll come back to it. UAB 5-2. They lose to San Francisco. They get a Wednesday game at Bartow, and then Saturday on the road. Tough St. Louis team right there. Sanford and Bucky 5-1. They're back in action Tuesday at home against Mississippi College. All right, before we get back to our Iron Bowl conversation and everything going on in college football, a quick reminder: today is Cyber Monday. A lot of you are doing a lot of shopping online. Cyber Monday today in our Next Round store. Go to nextround.store. nextround.store, and if you use the promo code Cyber Monday, you'll get 15% off. This is also the final day that we will have the Christmas hoodie for you. We're almost out of stock there. So last chance against the Christmas hoodie there with the green colored and red coloring, the Next Round logo there. Great looking hoodie, comfortable, and you can get 15% off that and all the new hats that are out there, including the alternate logo hat that I love there, the one Rockstar has on, and the trucker hats that Forrester has on right there. That is at nextround.store, nextround.store, or go to nextroundlive.com and go to the link. Remember, the promo code is Cyber Monday. And for those that need help like me, Cyber is C-Y-B-E-R. Cyber Monday is the promo code. All right, back to the college football conversations from the weekend. You go back and look at what happened to Alabama and their offensive line, so much so that they started moving around parts on that offensive line. I mean, Seth McLaughlin came in at center. They benched Dalcourt. They brought Chris Owens back out because Damian George, at one point, Damian George would have done a better job of just falling down and delaying the pass rush by a half second of them having to step over him or run around him.
Make Moultrie jump him.
Yeah, that would slow him down a little bit just to make Moultrie jump him.
Like a hurdle.
7 sacks, and he avoided. Bryce Young did a number of other ones. It could have been a Sack Brody type game, the way they were protecting on Saturday and the way Auburn was getting after him. That, to me, was a big storyline for Alabama even before the Brian Robinson injury. But Brian Robinson now, Nick Saban says we'll see how the week progresses. Lower body injury. Some people say it's a pulled muscle. Some say it may be a little worse than that. But there is some question whether Brian Robinson will play, which leaves Alabama with one scholarship running back if B-Rob can't go, and that's Trey Sanders, who I would say is anything but 100% of what he was coming off all the injuries and stuff he has gone through in his life. So which is a bigger storyline for you? Having a weakened running game or the lack of protection coming from that offensive line?
Well, the lack of protection because, Georgia is going to try to light Bryce Young up. They're not going to respect Alabama's run. And that offensive line gives you a chance to light Bryce Young up. And that is Alabama's only path to victory is Bryce Young having a game, because I just don't know if Brian Robinson does not play, I just don't know how much Alabama's going to be able to run the football. I mean, look at what they did at Auburn. What they end up with, 70-some-odd yards at Auburn? I mean, how much more do you think they're going to do against Georgia? Georgia's defensive line and front seven is much better than Auburn's.
I mean, can you imagine Jordan Davis going up against either one of those centers right now?
I cannot. And you would think, well, then Alabama will do some quick stuff in the pass game to try to combat that. But they didn't really do much of that at Auburn. That's going to help to have Jamison Williams back in. There's no doubt that was a massive loss for Alabama. That was a massive turning point in that game when Jamison Williams gets called for the target and gets ejected, which it was targeting. And by rule, he should have been ejected.
Another risk having your best skill guys on special teams.
Saban has always done it. Saban's always done it. And his philosophy has been you got to convince people special teams is just as important as offense and defense. So I'll put my stars out there, and I coach them to do the right thing. And Jamison Williams did not do the right thing there. And he got tossed. So having him back will certainly help that. But, I mean, he's a deep threat. If you don't have time to throw, the deep threat does you no good.
Well, and I think one goes with the other, too. It's the offensive line. What are they going to do for Trey Sanders, a guy that's only got 50 carries this entire year? But this is an offensive line and pass protection that's given up 22 sacks over the last 8 games.
Yeah, that's not for the season, which is a horrible number for the season.
Yeah, 22 for the last 8 games.
Yeah, that's a horrible number for the season.
Yeah, I would has an Alabama offensive line ever given up 22 sacks in a Nick Saban season?
I would say no.
I would say no.
No. I don't even have to look. No.
I would agree with you guys. I mean, you go back, 2006 is always that outlier year.
Yeah. Eddie says, my question is, when does Kirby call off the dogs?
Wow.
Well, here's the thing. If you've watched Georgia this year, and almost everyone listening or watching has, Kirby doesn't call off the dogs. And Kirby's going to put the pedal down. And if he has an opportunity against Nick Saban in Alabama to completely curb stomp, he will.
Yeah, this is a recruiting moment for Kirby Smart.
Yeah, and that's why I think talking to a lot of Alabama fans, they believe this game's going to get nasty. Again, I buy way into what Vegas thinks. And for the number to only be 6.5, it kind of shows me that this game will be a little closer than most expect. Yeah, but I don't know where you can put this number.
But Alabama fans are sitting here saying, are you saying only 6.5? I mean, Big Don, who's our friend here at the Blue Lake Center, I roll in this morning at 6 a.m. Big Don's already working. And he was, of course, had his Alabama shirt on and was a little flustered over the weekend. And we were talking about it. He rode up the elevator with me up here to the top floor. And he said, did the point spread come out? And I said, yeah, Alabama's a 6.5 point. He was like, we're a 6.5 point underdog. So for a lot of Alabama fans out there, just being a 6.5 point underdog is new territory. It's been a long, long time. And you're saying it's only 6.5.
Well, it's only 6.5 for a lot of people that I've talked to. I mean, that doesn't seem like a big number when you consider Georgia's had one tight game and it was week 1. And again, the circumstances of that game against Clemson are so different than they are now. So most people believe this number should be double digits. It's just hard to envision a team that hasn't been an underdog since the 2009 SEC championship game, more than a decade, is now catching a touchdown.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, I would see Dr. Lee just to get my golf swing straight. And what I realized is getting that spine aligned helps the nervous system, which controls every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. So live a healthier life when you go see Greystone Chiropractic. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is my man there. You can make an appointment today, GreystoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090. Beautiful new facility, Tattersall Park, just off 280 and 119. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090.
Alabama and Auburn played the first overtime game in the 85-game history of that series. When you look at Alabama, though, where were the star performances? Well, Bryce Young in the fourth quarter. But I thought, away from Will Anderson, I thought you had a really good game from Kool-Aid McKinstry and Josh Jobe. And I thought you had a good game from Phil Mathis and Dallas Turner.
Okay, yeah. I think you got to throw Jordan Battle in there. I thought maybe he played. Battle, okay. I'd love to know, and this is not something Nick Saban routinely shares, but I would love to know, and he actually might, because they do their Players of the Week, which generally tells you these are the guys we think, lived up to their expectations or even exceeded them. I'd love to know if this was the best game grade Jordan Battle has ever gotten. And again, he's not getting enough credit for that play. Everybody's blaming Bigsby for going out of bounds. Bigsby didn't just run out of bounds. Jordan Battle was over there to make a play, and he's not getting a ton of credit for that, guys. If Battle doesn't make that play and get him down out of bounds, that game probably, at 100% ends. I think Auburn could, still get first.
So in your head, it wasn't just Battle doing what he does to keep from him getting the first down, that he also intentionally took him out of bounds.
I don't think there's any doubt he did. Yeah, I think if you watch it, he knew what he was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think John Mechie's got to be in
No
that
doubt.
conversation too.
He got some criticism early, some alligator arms, but without him, Alabama doesn't win that game.
Oh, without Jamison Williams, it became a Bryce Young, John Mechie route tree.
You know, for Auburn though, you know, who would it have been? Would it have been Derek Hall? T.J. Moultrie was great. Oscar Chapman, the punter, was great.
Oh, he was phenomenal, pinning both those punts deep like that.
Yeah, and I give Ben Patton, you know, a kid that comes in for Carlson, you know, to make that 49-yard field goal. And I didn't think there was any chance in hell he was going to make that field goal.
When Finley took that sack, and I think they were minus 7 yards on that one possession there. When Finley took that sack, I was like, well, this game is now over. There's zero chance this kid's going to come out and make this field goal in this kind of pressure. I mean, I didn't think there was any chance. Now, if it's a Carlson, you have complete faith. But that kid, that's the biggest pressure kick he's ever had, and he nailed it.
By the way, do we all agree win probability is one of the dumbest things ever?
Well,
it is. But if you looked at this one, it looked like a heartbeat.
Yeah.
It was like.
Well, Alabama's, I think Auburn was 99.5%, if I remember correctly.
Well, I mean, you know, I was standing beside you, and when Alabama didn't get the spot, they pulled a stick on the measurement, and it was Auburn's ball. I said, well, I got to go to the set. The game was over with. And so I leave Brown, and we were about, what would you say, Brown, about a half mile from the stadium?
Yeah.
From CBS
well, it was
42
at the football
set.
complex, whatever that is, from Jordan Hare to the football complex.
So basically I do a reverse tiger walk to get up to where Auburn walks from. So I go up there and get to the CBS 42 set. And by the time I get up there, I'm putting in my earpiece, and Bryce says, can you believe Alabama got the ball back? And I was like, they got the ball back? Because I thought the game was over.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
And then, I was able to catch up and, see how they got the ball back. And then it was just, watching at that point on a little bit of a delay, which I hate, hearing the crowd reaction, trying to figure out, was that Alabama's fans or Auburn's fans from a half mile away? And then seeing the play happen in front of you. Just one of those weird things you find yourself, some of you are watching in a sports bar at home. And that's how I was watching that. But I was surprised they even got the football back, which brings up a bunch of scenarios of what-ifs for Auburn. If Tank gets out of bounds or doesn't get out of bounds, does Alabama even have enough time? No.
But I mean, Gary pointed out a million times.
Oh, yeah, he hammered it, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
and showed the time. Instead of right now on the clock, it would be this.
Right. 16 seconds is the difference because Alabama scored with 24 to go. And you got to assume 40 would have run off there or close to it. So it's a 16-second difference there. The question would be, does Alabama run that drive any differently knowing we've got 16 fewer seconds and no timeouts? I don't think you can say absolutely not. It's much harder on Alabama, no doubt.
You also, and I don't know how many people are talking about this, but I know some are, but I remember still sitting next to you, Brown, when early in the game, or early in the fourth quarter, Auburn had the ball, and it was still 10-0 when they threw their only turnover, their only interception.
Yep.
My thought there was, why are you throwing the football?
I think that was everyone's thought.
I said it out loud. I run every play from here on out.
That's
Alabama
right.
can't score.
Yeah. So, it's 10-0, and there's no momentum right now for Alabama. And you sit there and you run three plays and just taking 40 seconds off the clock for three plays and punting the thing away and seeing what Alabama could do.
And by the way, Finley's an inaccurate quarterback, at least at this point in his career, and he's on one leg.
That's right. He's hurt. And I literally pull Tank Bigsby to me and I say, you're not going to have to play again until the bowl game. You're about to get every carry the rest of this game. We're literally just going to turn around and hand it to you. I'm sorry, you're going to take a beating here. Alabama has stopped the run all day, but you don't have to play again until the bowl game.
And that's where the what-if started for me.
If you want to sit the bowl game out, I'll go ahead and give you permission.
That's where the what-if started for me.
Yes.
And I don't know who calls that. I assume it's Mike Bobo. At that point, why up 10-0 with Alabama showing no sign, no momentum to be in this game, you let TJ Finley throw that football and it gets intercepted when you can start milking the clock at that point. They have 4-minute offenses all the time. I would have gone right into my 4-minute offense at that 10-minute mark and then played it out from there and challenged them to have enough time to beat me.
11:50 on the clock right there. And that was a first down interception.
It was a first down interception.
So go ahead. Let's just say Auburn ran it 3 times. That's 2 minutes off the clock. It's 9 minutes when you're punting it.
9 minutes and punting it back to them.
Whatever. You're punting it back to them and putting them in worse field position. Alabama drove and got a field goal out of that, and it gave them life. Yeah, it was a terrible time to throw the football.
It's a horrible decision. We roll on. Let's get back to the Pepsi hotline here. And talk to one of our listeners as soon as I pull up the screen here. JD is up in Huntsville. JD, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm great. Y'all have a good Thanksgiving?
Doing wonderful. Blessed. It was a great Thanksgiving.
Had a great weekend. Alabama game about gave me a heart attack. You know, my Apple Watch always tells me when my heart rate gets above 100 when I'm just sitting there. I thought it was going to call 911 for me the whole game. It was just going crazy. But I got to tell you, a lot of Alabama fans that I've talked to today and yesterday at church were upset that we didn't play well and just all this and that. Like, dude, we won the game, man. And you know what's so great about the way we won it? We stuck it to them the way we've had to take it there the last couple times we played. I mean, just a look on their faces in the stands was just it was just as much fun looking at that as us winning the game. And watching Bo Nix, and I know you're going to talk to him a little bit later, and I'm sure he's going to be more a little more politically correct today, not say anything that maybe he shouldn't. But to me, that just says it all. It's Iron Bowl. We made our luck. We didn't have anything fluky or crazy happen. We just did what we had to do in a minute and 11 seconds or what it was, and then gutted it out in the OT. Sure, Auburn should have went for 2, shouldn't have run out of bounds, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but that's what a 6-6 team does. And ultimately, we won the game because we just played better when we had to do it. Now, having said all that, okay, here's the big but. It drives me crazy when I hear Nick Saban, and Nick Saban's the only coach I hear say this. Whenever they ask him about things that the other team did and why you had trouble, well, they ran about 50% of what they ran we had not seen on film before. And so what I want to know is, and if you talk to a player or a coach this week, ask them, when that happens, is it because the players are incapable of just adjusting out there on the field, or the coach is not capable of making the adjustments in the game? Because it looked like until that last, well, I would say they started moving it a little bit better in the fourth quarter. How long does it take to make adjustments when you've got that good of talent out there on the field? I don't get it.
Yeah. JD, thank you. I mean, we'll ask Mechie that, and Saban may be asking the news conference coming up at noon, but we'll ask Mechie that because I did see Saban say that, and it makes you wonder on both sides. Like, all right, if he's talking defensively, why has Auburn not done more of that defensively?
That's right. Where was that? At South Carolina or anywhere else?
Or against Mississippi State.
Look, you made some adjustments at halftime. I mean, Auburn went from 5 sacks in the first half to only 2 sacks in the second half.
It's much better.
You did have a possession where you went down. It was your best possession when Paul Tyson fumbles the snap.
Yeah.
When you had some opportunities. I thought Alabama played, it wasn't a high bar. The first half was so bad, but I thought they played a lot better in the second half.
I would agree, yeah.
Ivan Maisel writes this to JD's point. The typical Iron Bowl win for Alabama in recent years has been a rout. When Auburn has won, the Tigers often have done so with a twist of the knife. The kick six in 2013, the comeback in 2010, Alabama's inexplicable last-minute screen pass in 1997 that resulted in a turnover, allowing Auburn to kick the game-winning field goal. Not only did the Tigers win, but they won in the most painful way possible for their arch rival. This season, the Crimson Tide delivered the emotional gut punch.
But it's always Jordan Hare. Why is that game so different at Jordan Hare?
But see, that's the Alabama fans I talked to after the game. They were thrilled that finally, in that place, they finally won a game like that.
No, I see that because every other time Alabama's been there, whether it's been a 11-1 Auburn team or a 6-6 Auburn team, Auburn wins that game. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So that from Ivan Maisel, one of our favorites right there. All right, we go to break here. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and more phone calls with you, 205-734-0923. A lot more in the Farmfolio chat room. Bo Nix at the top of the hour. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at the Alabama Men's Clinic. They are back to remind you as you approach the holidays, why not make sure you are living your best life? Why go through life not feeling 100%? If you've been having problems sleeping, it could be a low testosterone problem. If your energy down, low T problem. If your workouts aren't the same, if you don't see the same results or can't get through your workout, could be a low testosterone problem. You know that it could impact your libido. if you've got a problem with low testosterone, or maybe think you could, it's time to go to the Alabama Men's Clinic and get that checked out. They have a solution for you. All you have to do what I did. Go by there, get a medical consultation, get some blood work done. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatment that day in the office, your visit is absolutely free. You can get more details about that and how to set up an appointment or what they do for you when it comes to low testosterone and everything else they offer by calling this number, 205-598-7000. 205-598-7000. The website is alabamamensclinic.com. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, and a rekindled love life is one phone call away or one click at alabamamensclinic.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following tips. Water your tree daily. Use candles with care and caution. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. Consider smart technology to protect your home. And for more information, always check out her website, hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Beef O'Brady's has been serving up food and fun for more than 11 years with great locations in Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. You can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations. With more than 22 TVs and Sunday Ticket, Beef O'Brady's is the place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in the Brook Highlands neighborhood on Highway 280. The perfect place for serving up food and fun. Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Before we get back to the football talk, thank you guys so much for sending in all your pictures from the weekend. Keep those coming as part of our New Life Art Images of the Weekend. John standing by in Mobile. We'll talk to him and a lot more with you guys. But first, Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by New Life.
Yeah, memorable sports moments for over 40 years from our friend Daniel A. Moore. For more information, to order great Christmas presents, 1-800-735-2787, or you can check out his work today, danielmooreart.com.
Netflix has a new series that came out, I think, last night called Elves. It's in a foreign language. It's in Danish, but it's a Danish Christmas horror series about two siblings visiting a remote island where there are elves. Just not the kind you see in traditional Christmas movies. It looks really freaky. And 9 p.m. on NBC, finally something I can get into. Jimmy Fallon, one of my favorite natural, real hosts. Like you can see, that's the real him. That's my jam. Celebrities go head-to-head in a variety of music and dance-inspired games. It's 2 versus 2. You got Ariana Grande and Blake Shelton versus Kelly Clarkson and John Legend tonight.
Ariana Grande, Lance.
That's the voice on voice right there.
I will not be watching, Brown.
Wow.
Yeah.
Come to this.
I do love those segments he does with them.
The fake laughter just kills me. Like every joke is the funniest joke you've ever heard. Like it does. It just gets me. I know it upsets you that I say that.
No, it doesn't upset me. I just think he's the greatest entertainer of this modern time.
Yes, of course.
When it comes to late night hosts.
In
the early post-prime window.
Speaking of late night hosts, I saw Jay Leno is going to play Ed Sullivan.
Yeah.
Oh.
In a movie, yeah.
Did you hear about this? I'm playing Ed Sullivan.
All right, that's what Rockstar's watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Let's go to John down in Mobile. Hey, John, how are you, man?
Well, like the last caller, I thought I was going to have to dip into the nitroglycerin pills to survive Saturday. That was a shocking statistic that you said about Pete Golding and the defense only giving up one rushing touchdown. But I just don't. I've said this to y'all before. I do not understand the offensive line problems. I know we're young, but we're supposed to have 5-star after 5-star after 5-star. 74 that they took out finally?
Yes.
Okay, they should have bought him a ticket because he couldn't get it done. He couldn't get anywhere close to getting it done, and I don't understand. We should be able to develop offensive linemen. Doug Marrone apparently can't because we've not gotten better all year. I know Auburn threw the kitchen sink at us. We hadn't seen all this before, but they didn't do a lot different than what LSU did, what Arkansas did, and God only knows what Georgia's going to do.
John, I think there'll be a discussion. I think there'll be a discussion at some point, whether it's just on the fan level where you guys are, or fan media conversations or whether it's actually happens as high up as Nick Saban about looking at off-season training programs. And, a lot was made moving away from Scott Cochran and that old school style of training and moving to this modern, medicine, different style of training. And I wonder if there's a nuance that you could blend a little of both, because what works for skill players and such, I wonder if that's the same that, works for an O lineman or a D lineman. The offensive linemen they don't look as physical as they have in, say Barrett Jones's time. Just a different way of.
I mean, if you can't block, the strength coach ain't going to help that. If you've got bad blocking technique, which they do, the strength coach can't help that. Now I knew last year when Landon Dickerson left, I watched him at Philadelphia. Against the Saints, they ran behind Landon Dickerson, I think, 10 plays in a row, and they went down and scored. And I knew you were going to miss him and miss him in the middle, but I didn't realize it would be this bad. And the only hope I got for Saturday is if this team and we've seen it in bits and pieces, if they put together 60 minutes, we can beat Georgia. I just don't think we can put together 60 minutes. And I think it's, there's all kind of rumors about Bill O'Brien going to Virginia Tech or somewhere like that. Please let that happen, because he hadn't panned out like everybody thought he would. And I know we got young people. We lost a lot of people in the draft, but we've regressed instead of progressed in this year, offensive line wise. And it's just,
John, thank you, man.
It is stunning they don't have anybody else they can put out there. Stunning. To me. The way
that we haven't seen a Brockermeyer twin or a Latham or any of those guys.
Because you've seen true freshmen play.
Yeah.
I mean, was it Leatherwood against Georgia?
It was Leatherwood. I mean, comes in the national championship game, and everybody's like, "Oh, this guy's going to be in the NFL."
Yeah, I mean, we're deep into the season now, right?
Right.
I mean, at this point, they should have whatever hesitation they have about playing a young high school kid this early into the season, this late in the season. Everybody should be on the same page. I mean, at least roll them out and see what they could do.
I don't think it can be worse, do you?
Yeah. I mean, somewhere between sack 4 and 7, I roll somebody out there and give a guy who hasn't had a shot, I give him a shot.
I call him over and say, watch this next play. Do you think you could touch TD Moultrie?
Yeah.
Because if you can touch him, it's going to be an upgrade here. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, and listen to Bo. I mean, just tackle him. Maybe they won't throw a flag on us. What the hell?
Hey, the holidays are rolling in, and Nichols Outfitters has maybe the best opportunity you got to get something you want this season. The best deals you'll find on Dometic coolers at Nichols Outfitters. Some models up to 30% off. Take advantage. If you got a girlfriend or wife, tell her this is what you want. Exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
All right, 37 after. Bo coming up at the top of the hour. Walker says the same thing. I'm wondering where the Brockermeyer or Latham players, just give them a look out there. Chad says, I told everyone who would listen to Barrett Jones wouldn't last 1 year in the NFL. The dude held on 70% of the offensive plays at Alabama. He was out of the NFL quickly.
Write that down. We'll bring that up.
We'll bring that up
Wednesday,
to him. Yeah. Barrett told you he got called one holding penalty during his career in Tuscaloosa, and it was a bad call. Last time he was on with us.
That's what he said.
Are you guys surprised that we're still getting Golding hate, though?
Well, I mean, I think I don't know how you do after. And listen, I know T.J. Finley, first of all, is the backup, and he's not a great quarterback. And second of all, is on one leg. But Pete Golding kept you in that game. That Alabama defense.
Again, 11 first downs, 159 total yards, 22 rushing yards. I go back to the second half of last season. I thought he did an incredible job of making the adjustments. We've talked about this before, and this defense has not been a problem.
Guys, they had an opportunity to close that game out. And whether Bixby goes out of bounds or not, Golding was going to get you the ball back. I mean, that's incredible.
There were some spots. Okay, against Arkansas, there were spots where you had letdowns.
Yeah.
Well,
obviously A&M.
I was just going to add, go back to the Ole Miss game. Well, it's
35-0.
I mean, that Ole Miss offense is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And they have weapons everywhere. That's a 10-2 team.
I think Pete Golding is the least of your problems right now.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
The only thing, and some of those throws Calzada made that night were
Aaron Rodgers
were perfect, right? Over really good coverage. And don't forget, you gave up a special teams touchdown that night too, right?
That is correct. Kickoff return for a touchdown.
Kickoff return for a touchdown. So,
special teams have been a problem.
Yeah. Pete Golding is the least of the worry right now. The only way Pete Golding can help this team more is if he dressed up and went out there and played right tackle.
Well, I mean, the Alabama's rush defense continues to be really, really good. Really good. I mean, since that weird Texas A&M game, they have given up one rushing touchdown. That was to Arkansas. One on the ground. Now, people have thrown it in on them. There's no doubt.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Georgia doesn't rush for a touchdown on
It's
Saturday,
an interesting game, isn't it?
I think Alabama wins the game.
I mean, tell me this, and it doesn't happen all the time, but every time I would notice it, the number of times Alabama runs to the right.
Puzzling.
And they don't run behind first-round draft pick Evan Neal. Is that because everyone's expecting you to run behind first-round draft pick Evan Neal? So you said
doesn't matter, Dunaway.
So I'm
still supposed to do that.
I'm going to run into the storm and not away from the storm.
Well,
Is that what I'm going to do?
I'll ask you this question: if Bill O'Brien went to the other sideline and say, "Hey, which side do you want me to run this ball on?" What do you think they would say?
Run it right.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I'm going left.
Yeah,
but it doesn't make any sense. They continue to run right. I can't explain it.
Now I don't know if that's just a running back choice that he's cutting right and the play's designed to go left.
I don't know, man.
Look,
but at some point, I'd get tired of running into that wall.
I know the personnel is not exactly what you had for the last couple of years offensively, but I think that is a bigger concern, Bill O'Brien. And what I don't understand, and I had no idea about the Joe Moorhead to Akron, but if I'm Saban, the way I've seen Moorhead call plays at Oregon and Penn State, that's a guy that would be on my list.
You would convince him, don't go to Akron.
Yeah, look, if you ever want to be a head coach
That's
again
right.
for a big-time program, come to me. Look what I've done for Mel Tucker
That's
and
right.
Lane Kiffin.
I'll double your salary. Whatever Akron's playing, I don't even care. I don't even have to see it. I don't care what they're paying. Double it. Yeah, it's a great point. Joe Moorhead reportedly leaving Oregon, heading to Akron, where he was an offensive coordinator, to be their new head coach there. Bo Nix at the top of the hour. When we come back, a couple of more thoughts on the Iron Bowl and the games we saw from the rivalry weekend. Nick Saban's news conference as we start to move towards the SEC championship and championship weekend coming out. From Next Round Live on our Twitter account, we sent out the Week 14 television schedule, the scratch sheet that we use here throughout the week. As you can see, very light.
Sad,
very
Dunaway.
light right
Very
there.
sad.
Yep, that's all the college football games we have left in the regular season right there. 10 championship games this weekend in USC and Cal. As we head to break here, LT has our Urology Center's Medical Minute. LT.
I don't know about you guys. I cannot believe November is almost over. We've got 2 more days until December. But this Movember, Urology Centers of Alabama, they are raising awareness around some of the biggest health issues affecting men: testicular cancer, prostate cancer, mental health. The people at the Movember Foundation want to encourage men to use their new stash as a conversation starter to discuss these issues. On behalf of the team at UCA, here are some key health tips to keep in your back pocket. When it comes to your health, routine checkups and maintenance are essential. Here are a few things to know to keep your urological health in check. For guys between the ages of 18 and 40, good practice to conduct the routine testicular self-exam. Also, a good time to look into your family history of bladder, kidney, and prostate cancer. Men over 50 should schedule their annual prostate exams. Also, you should watch for changes in bathroom breaks like urgency, frequency, and decrease in urinary flow, all of which should be reported to your urologist. The urologists at UCA encourage you to make your health a priority this Movember. Schedule an appointment today at urologycentersalabama.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
Trying to get confirmation from Lunsford. I'm correct on this. We have one guy in our championship round of the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6 that was 6-0, so he's the winner, right?
That's impressive.
This was a weird weekend, too.
Yeah, so congratulations to Roger Miller. Roger Miller, as David Walls says, King of the Road. That is an old reference. It's a song by a guy named Roger Miller did King of the Road. King of the Road.
I did not get that reference.
I did. It took me a second.
How does it go, Rockstar?
Trailers for celebration.
Let's just guess the year. I'm going to say 57.
Oh, it's like one of the original hits in the history of Earth.
Roger
the history
Miller,
of Earth, like in the Garden of Eden, they were playing King of the Road.
Yeah. Like the first time they sat by a campfire outside their caves, they eat their first dinosaur kill. King of the Road was playing on the radio. It's a big AM radio.
1964.
Yeah.
It was the day-to-day life of a hobo.
That's right.
How about that?
Rooms to rent 50 cents.
So there you go. Roger Miller is our Buffalo Wild Wings winner, and he was the only one of our 112 finalists to go 6-0 this past weekend. Got to deliver when the pressure's down, and Roger was able to do that. Thank you to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Our team will be in touch with you, Roger, and tell you what you won in the grand prize there. Our show being brought to you in part by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. When it comes time for your son or daughter to start thinking about college, maybe that time is right now, remember the University of Montevallo. Unbelievable location right here in central Alabama. Short drive from Montgomery, from Birmingham, Mobile, or Huntsville, or from over in Atlanta or Jackson, Mississippi. Heart center located right here in the state. Great community that just thrives and embraces the students in the university there in Montevallo. Also, you have 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, 75 majors, and that list is growing, and a campus that Southern Living calls one of the most beautiful in the South. Check it out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. We'll talk to Bo Nix coming up at the top of the hour. Quick look ahead, though, to the SEC championship game. Georgia, they've allowed 8 offensive touchdowns this season.
Well, to put that in perspective, we just talked about Alabama's rushing defense. They've allowed 8 rushing. Georgia's allowed 8 overall. You know, I think, Jim, and somebody pointed this out earlier, and I was talking about this over the weekend. I brought it up on the Zone last night on 3340. You are inclined to say that the way you beat Georgia is to finally have an elite offense against that defense. And obviously that would help.
Yeah, if beat them over the top.
Beat them over there. If Alabama's offense is still elite, I don't know that it is, that would help. What nobody talks about is making their offense work for it too. If you look at the defenses Georgia has faced statistically, the best ones are Clemson, Alabama, UAB, and Kentucky. Now you kind of throw UAB out, but Clemson is the one team that's been able to take Georgia to the wire.
Well, I don't know how much, and I'm not a big analytics guy, but there is an analytic called the expected points allowed.
Okay.
Or expected points added. And so ESPN did a piece on this today. Well, they say the top 3 defenses that they faced are Clemson, Florida, and South Carolina. 3 best offenses, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Kentucky. Against top offenses, Georgia's defensive EPA dropped 10 points from its average. And against the top defenses, the offense declined by nearly 14 points. So their point is here, they haven't really seen an elite defense or an elite offense.
Yeah. And I don't know that Alabama's got an elite offense anymore. They did for a minute. I don't know if they do. I mean, the LSU game.
I feel better that Alabama's defense, for all the Pete Golding haters out there, can keep Stetson Bennett in this offense in check.
To me, that's your better path to victory here is
Brock Bowers is the X factor. I know we'll get more into this game as it.
Yeah, keep it a one-play game as long as you can.
That's right. One possession game into the fourth quarter, have a chance to win it late. That is, it's on the defense to do that and the offense to keep up. My problem is Alabama's rush defense. You keep talking about how good it is keeping it out of the end zone. And then off of that, the little intermediate passes. What can they do to Brock Bowers and those running backs out of the backfield with Stetson Bennett, who is so efficient? This game means something more than a national championship or a playoff berth to Kirby Smart, though, I think this game means something personal to Kirby Smart because Georgia has lost 6 times to Alabama, 6 straight to Alabama and Nick Saban. But the way Kirby has lost to him has really tarnished Kirby's coaching resume right now. And he, like Harbaugh needed the win over Ohio State, Kirby needs this one. I know they're in the playoffs, win or lose. Kirby needs this one for his own resume.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree at all. I mean, those have been heartbreaking losses. You know, you first of all, you lose to a freshman quarterback fresh off the bench in the national championship game.
For a trophy.
Then you knock that guy out of the game, and the guy he replaced comes back in, and he beats you for the SEC trophy. And just those two, if that was it, I mean, that's impossible to deal with. Then you go to Bryant-Denny Stadium and you play Alabama, you know, that unbelievable Alabama offense and about as well as anybody's played them, and then they torch you in the second half. So he's lost it every different way. I mean, it's going to start to be a thing for him if he loses a game like this.
I mean, do you guys have a feel?
Not yet.
Well, I say all the time, and our show is being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. So our Michelson look ahead. I say all the time as an Alabama fan growing up, I have never gone to a stadium, even during the Shula or Dubose years, not seeing a path to victory for Alabama.
Jimmy Red, I like it.
No, but there's no way you can say there's not a path to victory.
But as I sit here today,
you can't say this.
There is a path to victory for Alabama.
Of course,
I'll wake up.
Jim will be picking them by Friday.
I'll wake up Saturday morning seeing Alabama winning this game.
I think this could be a really weird game. I do, based on just history. I mean, history says a lot. Now, it didn't work this weekend for Michigan or Ohio State against Michigan or Oklahoma against Oklahoma State. Yep. But there's got to be something mental. And we hadn't had that Georgia moment yet.
Michelson brings us that look ahead.
Hey, 969-8100, write that number down. If you've worn the contacts or eyeglasses for years, you've been procrastinating to see if LASIK is right for you, schedule the hassle-free consultation. Call Amy today, 969-8100 at Michelson Laser Vision. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to get you hooked up. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Call today, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
There was no doubt Auburn was going to rush the field again. They like to do that against Alabama at Jordan-Hare Stadium. But what was weird this weekend, Virginia Tech and Washington State both rushed the field. Difference? Virginia Tech was at Virginia. Washington State was at Washington.
Yeah.
You rarely get the rush the field on the road.
I saw none of – is that the Commonwealth Cup?
Yes.
I saw none of the Commonwealth Cup, but I was watching the Apple Cup when it happened. I could not believe it. I mean, I can't well, actually, we've seen it in the SEC, and it happened at Jordan-Hare when Georgia fans tried to rush the stadium back in 87, I think it was?
Turn the hoses on.
They turned the sprinklers on them.
Sprinklers on.
Just started hammering them with the high-pressure water cannons. But boy, that's the only time I tell you what, I was actually in Legion Field when Tennessee fans tried to do it. And remember, they had those guys arrested to the goalpost. Handcuffed to the goalpost, basically.
Yep.
So
they were putting those zip ties on.
Yeah,
Yep.
I've seen it tried a couple times and with very little success in the SEC.
Yeah, that was weird to see that happen this weekend. Bo's next. Show being brought to you by Alabama Power.
Timely communication important today, now more than ever. And Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them, extending beyond phone or mail. You can get paperless billing, where you receive your bill via email each month. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/myaccount.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
It's that time of year again. Don't miss Bromberg's store-wide pre-Christmas sale. Get 20% off throughout the store on diamonds and gemstones, designer jewelry, fine timepieces, fabulous giftware, and more. Find gifts from Bromberg's increased inventory of beautiful, timeless jewelry she will adore for a lifetime. And get 20% off during Bromberg's pre-Christmas sale Wednesday, December 1st and Thursday, December 2nd at Mountain Brook and the Summit. Make Christmas wishes come true with a silver Bromberg's box under the tree. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Hey y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbclothing.com. That's southernbclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bo Nix is standing by to talk to us. This hour of the show is brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Can't beat that place. Great place to go for lunch today, dinner tonight, anytime throughout the week as you get post-turkey and want something different. Great southern sides. It's Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com.
All right, let's do it. Bo Nix joins us every Monday, courtesy of our friends at the Rental Works division of Crane Works. He appears on the Pepsi hotline like all of our guests. Hello, Bo. I hope you're doing well today.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. You are obviously too young to remember this, but in 1996, what? You're already laughing. In 1996, Florida and Florida State played twice, one in the regular season, one for the national championship. After the regular season game, Steve Spurrier loudly to anyone that would listen complained about officiating. In the national championship game, Florida State got all the penalties. Was that your goal last week and what you said on our show that went viral about SEC officiating?
No, it was not. Obviously, it was just a comment. But I thought the game Saturday was very good. I thought both teams played very well. It was a good old-fashioned Iron Bowl, and I think you can take all the external factors out. And with the guys that were on the field, I thought it was well played, and it was a very good game. It was fun to watch. It was obviously different watching it from the sidelines, but I think that like you can take the external factors out of the Iron Bowl, and it's usually still a good game.
So what exactly happened to TJ? Was it ankle, foot, and were you surprised that he stayed in?
Well, I think he just got rolled up and hurt his ankle. Obviously, he was okay. He got checked out, and he was able to stay in the game. He played through it. I thought that was tough by TJ. I thought that he could have definitely – I think it was bad enough for him to maybe come out of the game, but obviously he pushed through it, and he made some plays as the game went on.
We'll talk more about the future and all that, Bo, but I do want to go back to what Brown was asking you about the comments on officiating. Did Coach Harsin or anybody have anything to say to you about the comments leading into the game? Or did any of the officials say hi to you, hey, Bo, on the sidelines in the game? Hey, Bo, I heard the comments.
Yeah, I don't think the officials did not. I don't think the officials really were worried about that. Obviously, they are worried about many other things besides somebody's just one comment. But they have a lot of things on their plate, a lot of things that they're handling. And then on our side, we discuss certain things. Obviously, they are in the past, they've guided me and helped me through different talks that I do, and they've always been there for me, and they'll continue to do that. And so it's always something, you always get asked questions in interviews like that sometimes you may have a different answer than what should have been said or could have been said, whatever. But obviously they're on this side, they're helping me out and doing some things for future interviews.
Bo Nix is with us. He joins us each week courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. If you got a home project coming up, you need to call Rental Works. They have everything from landscaping equipment like mowers to big machines like skid steers. They also have certified operators to handle those big jobs too. Check out their full fleet, craneworks.com. That's craneworks.com. Bo is on the Pepsi hotline. Nick Saban, a caller brought this up, said after the game about half of what they saw on film they had not seen before. I don't know if he was talking offense or defense, more likely defense, the way that defense played. Is that fairly common, or is that something you were aware of? Is it something that was uncommon?
Usually it's common to see something a little bit different when you get in the game, something that, especially in a game like the Iron Bowl, maybe something that had been game planned or schemed up differently to what you've been seeing, because that's just an advantage to come out and do something different that the other team is not preparing for. So I think probably his comments were towards just how the changes that were made, they were obviously different from what they had prepared for, and might have thrown them for a loop for a second. But then, as coaches normally do, they respond in the second half and they make adjustments.
Now that your season's over, you've had time to reflect on 2021 a little bit. Is Mike Bobo's offense a good fit for you? Do you enjoy playing in that offense?
Yeah, I've thought that from the spring onto the fall, and obviously through the season, I've learned a lot, grown a lot. I've enjoyed being under center some. I've enjoyed calling plays from the huddle. Enjoyed being obviously from the shotgun and doing some spread things. So it's very multiple, and I've thought that it's been great for me and just moved me around, been able to do some different things, put some different things on video and show them what I can do.
Obviously, I'd like to give you an opportunity to sometimes put down some rumors out there. The portal is very much a part of college football right now, and you occasionally see, and I think you're talented and can quarterback anywhere in the country. There are people that would want Bo Nix. You tell me right now, and is it your plan to be back with Auburn in 2022? That's your school and you're staying there?
Well, it's definitely my school. I'm graduating in a couple of weeks. I have graduated in 3 years. That was my goal coming in. So Auburn is definitely my school. I think it will always be my school. But obviously right now I'm just trying to get healthy. I'm not sure what next year looks like. I got to get my ankle better first. Got to make sure that I can play and get back to my normal self. And then obviously I'll graduate, get through the bowl game. And then I think a lot of juniors are in the same boat. Well, not just juniors, but guys that came back for a COVID year and still have another year of eligibility. There's a lot of things that guys can do nowadays, and not sure what that is for me. But like I said, I want to get my ankle better and then worry about that in the future.
Bo Nix joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. What factors, so it sounds like at least it's something you would consider, what factors, once you do get healthy, would go into that decision-making of whether or not you play for Auburn or perhaps look for something else?
Well, my ultimate goal is to play in the NFL. And so depending on that, obviously that's got a lot to do with it moving on in the future. And then looking back, we'll just see what's going on, what has changed, and then make a decision from there. It's too big of a decision to make in about a week or over the phone on an interview.
100%.
Understand. SEC championship this week. So you played against Georgia. You were right there on the sideline watching Alabama. How close are these defenses if they're close at all. I know Georgia is considered the elite defense. Alabama's playing some really good defense right now, though.
I think you can compare them to the Alabama-Georgia SEC championships that we've seen in the past. I think they're going to be very similar. A physical football game, a lot of good players. It's just going to come down to who scores more points, obviously, and who can get past the other's defense and make explosive plays. That's what we see a lot in college football today. The teams that make explosive plays and don't have to just drive the length of the field and put together drives over and over and over, because you're not going to do that consistently against Alabama nor Georgia. They're really good on defense, and they make you snap it over and over. So whoever has probably more explosive plays, and then sometimes the turnover battle and the field position battle, that they play a huge role in games like this too. And so usually when teams are evenly matched, good defenses, high-powered offense, obviously they're both going to be good on special teams. It'll come down to who makes more explosive plays.
I want to give you a chance to brag on your teammates a little bit here, because coming up where you guys were in this season, the losing streak and all of that, going into that game, you took the fight to Alabama from the get-go, the emotions in the stadium, the emotions on the sidelines. You got to give credit to the guys in uniform and that coaching staff to have Auburn ready for that game. I know you always think it's going to happen if you're a player and you're playing it, but deep down, you weren't in this game, Bo. Did you think that type of performance was on the horizon for your team?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. I think that my teammates accepted the challenge head on. It tells you what kind of players those guys are, what kind of competitors they are. And it says a lot about their character, how they've had a tough past few weeks. It's been a long, grueling season. We've been in every game that we've played. We've had some good games, had some bad games, but this game just meant a lot to them, and it meant a lot to Auburn, and they understood that. And every person that went on the field, they battled, and we made it a point throughout the week to just go out there and fight and just lay everything out on the line, and that's exactly what they did. And they held them on defense, scored some points on offense. The crowd was incredible. The atmosphere was great. The sideline was enthusiastic and positive all game, and you just felt a different kind of atmosphere on Saturday, and that usually has a lot to do with it being the Iron Bowl, but it's just the whole. I mean, you can give credit to Auburn just because of what that means, and when Auburn needs to show up, they usually do. And unfortunately, the game was obviously devastating. It was a tough one. It was one of those awful losses, tough losses. You can always go back and look at it and say, man, we wish we could have done this, whatever. But the fact that we played them as well as anybody else has played them, and fought and continue to do that, says a lot about our team, says a lot about the trajectory that we're going under Coach Harsin and what he's doing with the team. It says a lot, and I think moving forward, that'll be a positive.
All right, Bo Nix joins us each week courtesy of the RentalWorks division of Craneworks. Forget the big box stores. Craneworks Equipment Rental Division. RentalWorks is reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. We'll talk with Bo again nearer the Auburn Bowl game. When those invites come out, we'll let you know when Bo is going to join us again. So until then, Bo, take care of yourself. I hope the healing goes well, and we look forward to catching up with you again soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it. War Eagle.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Bo Nix with us on the Pepsi hotline, courtesy of the RentalWorks division of Craneworks. Cannot tell you how many times I have been asked if I've heard Bo Nix is transferring, and what he just said here is certainly not going to quieten those rumors.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to explore his options, and he did not say that one of the options is not returning to Auburn. So before you report that, he leaves open all options, which could be back at Auburn, or he could be going somewhere else. Not the answer when I asked him the question that I was expecting.
I would agree.
No, I agree. Interesting. Look, I think most quarterbacks want to play in the NFL, and we'll see if Bo is given that opportunity. I don't foresee him as an NFL quarterback. I don't know about you guys, but, he's a competitor. He's a great athlete. He did improve a lot this year. So if he improves that much to next year.
We'll have 2 years to play if he chooses to do so.
Yeah. I don't know. That was not the way I thought he would answer it either.
But first of all, I appreciate his honesty.
Oh, yeah.
I will say that. I mean, he was very honest and forthcoming with us.
Has he worn Auburn gear every interview?
No.
Okay.
Because he's been in some Nike gear, which is the opposite of Auburn gear, yeah.
So don't read anything into the
I would not,
Pinson.
but knowing the question we were going to ask him, and the rumors had gotten to the point that obviously we had to address it in that interview. Knowing that, I did kind of chuckle to myself when Rockstar popped it up on the preview screen there, and I saw him in Pinson Valley gear. I chuckled. I'm just going to say that. I'm not saying that was any sort of message or
Well, let's just hypothetically
purposeful.
say that he decided to go in a different direction. What is the quarterback situation look like next year for Harsin? Because T.J. Finley's not your answer.
Well, I mean, it's a recruit or a portal guy at that point.
R.D. Davis.
Who
you didn't really have faith to play this year, so.
I'm begging Dylan Gabriel to come over.
Well, I mean, that actually popped during the Iron Bowl, and I looked at Dunaway, and Dunaway mentioned we had some national guys sitting near us, and they were discussing. I'm like, I think Dylan Gabriel could start here.
I think Dylan Gabriel probably could start at 85 schools.
Yeah, but his former coach who recruited him is at Tennessee. That'd be a great place for him to be, too.
Well, does Hooker have any more years? I mean, Hendon Hooker was a hell of a quarterback this year. I think Hendon Hooker still got one more year.
He was. He did. Dylan Gabriel could play anywhere. You take Bo Nix. He's an improvement over the quarterback situation at Texas A&M.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yep. So just start. I mean, if you're Bo and you want to look at rosters in a place I can go and be a contender, which is what I would look at first, because I think if you're playing on a big stage and you're winning a lot of football games, then that improves your draft stock, right? So Texas A&M usually has a roster, and Patrick Nix and Jimbo Fisher have a relationship from Jimbo's time at Auburn.
But I think Bo he knows what it's like to lose 4 games over the last couple of years. And I'm not taking a shot, but I mean, the facts are you go to Jimbo, more than likely you're going to lose 4 games.
Yeah, that is the situation he's at Texas A&M right now. But
I'm just saying, if I was Bo, I know the ultimate goal is to get to
they're
the
a
NFL.
quarterback away from being a different team, though.
Yeah, but even if you put Bo Nix on that team this year, I mean, how much different is it?
I don't know. I think Bo would have to have a Calzada type night to beat Alabama. I'm not sure he would have had that night, that game that night. But there are some other games along the way, like Saturday night. I think a better quarterback performance would have won the game for Texas A&M.
Well, and I think,
Well, I think if Bo's playing in this past Iron Bowl on Saturday, Auburn probably wins that game.
And also wouldn't overlook the 2 years of remaining eligibility. I think that's huge when you're in the transfer portal. I'm not just a one-year guy as a quarterback, right? I mean, if I'm
a coach, I would rather not have a one and
exactly.
done.
Yeah,
I'm a 2-year guy.
I can give you 2 full years, and if he is in fact going to improve his draft stock, which is what he said that is one of the major considerations. He wants to play in the NFL, and if he's looking for a place that gets him closer to the NFL, he's probably going to need 2 years. Like, I mean, if Bo Nix went into the draft today, does he get drafted?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
All right, so if Bo Nix goes into the draft next year, is he a first-rounder? Probably not, unless he just slays it somewhere.
Well, I mean, it's got to be an out-of-nowhere situation. Kenny Pickett wasn't going to get drafted.
That's right.
Now he's a first-round guy.
That's right.
Joe Burrow wasn't a first overall guy.
And he went. Joe Burrow might not even have been drafted. He went first overall.
Look, I don't know about the measurables, but Bo seems to have everything except the accuracy right now, which obviously you got to have in the NFL.
Which I think is a lot of what people said about Joe Burrow, right? Until 2019, he had accuracy issues up until that
I think
point.
it's consistency, too. I don't think it's accuracy. I think you need to feel like I got an idea of what I'm going to get out of Bo Nix when I start him each week. And you've never had that at Auburn. I mean, he's never given you – like Bryce Young didn't have his best game Saturday. Bryce Young still ended up throwing for 300 yards, right? When I start Bryce Young, I feel like I'm going to be in the neighborhood of 300 yards. And I'm not going to get a ton of turnovers. You've never had that type of consistency out of Bo Nix.
But the way the NFL is, it only takes one good year of college to become, a first or second round. Kenny Pickett this year is who I brought up. You go back, who's the quarterback that lost his job with the Bears? They wasted a draft pick on from Carolina.
Trubisky, Mitchell Trubisky.
He only had 1 year.
Yeah.
You're right. He didn't even start until 1 year. He only started 1 year. So you can go from nowhere to being even a first-round draft pick.
I mean, Matt Castle barely played at USC.
That's right.
Barely played, but just being part of that program got him drafted.
That's right. So that's newsworthy what Bo is saying about exploring his options. Again, if you missed that, we will send the video out shortly. Forrester is gonna be working on that part of our show today, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. gives you a chance to do a quick injury update for Alabama ahead of the SEC championship game, brought to you by Precision Sports.
Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Now 14 total providers. You can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Bobby said Bo strongly considered Florida State before going public with his Auburn commitment in high school. It's an improvement at quarterback if Bo's at Florida State. Bobby also says I can see him going to A&M because Jimbo has put a lot of quarterbacks into the NFL.
He has.
You can't argue that one.
Yeah.
Kellerman's there right now.
Who was the, I can't ever say his name for whatever reason, the kid he had at Florida State that ended up being the high draft pick of the Bills?
Well, you had two. That was
E.J. Manuel.
E.J. Manuel,
But
yeah.
you had Christian Ponder, who was he was a first-round guy with
Minnesota. Yeah.
I mean, you don't want those NFL careers.
Well, you don't, but he gets them
you'll
drafted.
take that first-round money.
That's right. He gets them drafted for sure.
All right. Here's the injury update from Precision Sports. Brian Robinson, lower body injury. Some people are calling it a pulled muscle. See how the week progresses and whether or not he's eligible. Really feels a whole lot like Kerryon Johnson, 2017 Auburn going to play Georgia in the SEC championship, right? Kerryon was nowhere close to 100%. It's hard to imagine B-Rob being anywhere close to 100% even if he plays.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he didn't come back in that game tells you how bad that injury was because they absolutely needed him.
He gutted that one long run out. And
that was it.
That was it in the tank. That leaves Trey Sanders, if B-Rob doesn't go, as the only scholarship running back for Alabama, and he's not 100%. Jalen Armour Davis, who did not play in the Iron Bowl hip injury, is questionable for the game as well, but not out. Nick Saban says we'll see how he progresses leading into the game coming up this weekend. We will be over in Atlanta with our show Friday, live in Atlanta Friday, and we're back at our usual location.
Yeah, we're going to be at Twin Peaks in Buckhead, so come see us. Our beer in here right now is what?
39 right now.
Yeah.
That's why it turned on. It's cooling off to 34.
Theirs is always 34 to 37 degrees, so cold beer there. Come enjoy lunch with us. We're going to be there multiple times. We'll be there again Friday night.
Yeah, we got it, and we'll tell you now. Live show normal 9 to 1 at Twin Peaks, and then at night we're back 4 to 6 Central Time, 5 to 7 local time, Eastern Time, and we'll be there live for that as well to do a special SEC championship. And then we're back Saturday morning with a special show. I think we're doing that 9 to 11, somewhere around there on Saturday morning to get ready for the SEC championship. And then Brown and I will send out some post videos from our Saturday breakout. All that happening this weekend over in Atlanta.
In 2018, the last time Alabama and Georgia met in the SEC championship, by the way, the last two times they've met, really good games, one-possession games that have gone down to the wire. I think that was the last time Nick Saban was shut out in the first half, too, was against Georgia in that SEC championship game.
Yep.
That had outside of the weather sucked that weekend, but that had a great atmosphere feel. I think you'll get that from the Georgia side. I don't know how excited. I mean, Alabama fans are playing for a ticket to the college football playoff.
That's right.
But you wonder, by the weekend, Alabama fans get, really optimistic, and they're over there, and it's the same atmosphere that we saw in 2018.
If Alabama had won by the score Brown had projected, or me, 42-20, 40-20,
Right.
I think the buzz for this game would be a little different than what it is right now. But it's for a ticket to the playoffs, SEC championship on the line. Georgia and Alabama will be there on Friday, heading over Thursday night, and looking forward to that coverage. We are back in a moment on the next round. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those Southern Delta, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, Southern tradition, chicken on a stick, wonderful Southern sides, that comfort food that go with the fried chicken, the tenders, and the po' boys. It's all your place for blues, brews, and bird. It's Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Trash on the table in just the second part of our show, being brought to you by the wonderful folks at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, and Vulcan Gin right there. Hope you enjoyed your holiday weekend. And don't forget, anytime you're drinking, drink responsibly with our friends at Redmont.
Locally owned and operated, Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell, vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including the Pink Package store, also the ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle today.
What we were talking about, a commercial break, you can't even hint.
No, I cannot. I'll see if I can get it. If I can get another source to confirm it to me, I'll out and out say it. But I gotta get a. That's the journalism rule, right? That was a really good source, but.
You're supposed to have 2 of those.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to get a second
person's
one.
wife. There's 2 sources.
2 trusted sources, Rockstar. I'm gonna try to get a second source.
Do you believe it, though?
I do.
Be pretty incredible.
Yeah. Well,
I'll just say, I'll say this. It involves the next head coach at Jacksonville State, which a lot of you are like, oh, well, I can't believe you got me that excited about Jacksonville State. But it is a name everyone in this audience would recognize. And I think would be surprised Jack State what?
Not only would they recognize
Oh,
it.
yeah. I think they would be surprised Jack State would be able to pull this guy.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm going to say.
If this is true, it'd be a great hire for Jacksonville State.
Yes.
It pulls national attention.
I would agree.
A far better hire than I expected.
I mean, you will see it on tickers everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, you will. It'll make the tickers.
Yeah, and I think if in fact it is true, they did the good job of waiting till today. Now, the only thing that could trump them, LSU names that head coach.
Well, see, that was the problem with Scott Strickland in Florida, because I'm sure they were thinking yesterday when they announced Billy Napier as their head coach that they were going to have a window.
Boy, his head got stepped on, didn't it?
Yeah, going to have a window where everyone's going to be talking about Billy Napier at Florida, the next Florida head coach. And within minutes, Billy Napier's announced in Gainesville, and all of a sudden it's like page 3 news. It's like Lincoln Riley leaving Oklahoma for USC Los Angeles.
Yeah, Florida got nothing out of that. I mean, I'm not going to say, as far as publicity goes, nothing.
I know
out of
when
that.
we talked about the Florida LSU jobs, I leaned Florida was a little bit better. You guys said LSU. I find it hard to believe Billy Napier, if he wanted that LSU job, wouldn't have gotten it. I know you guys disagree with that.
If he wanted the LSU job, I think he would have had it, yeah.
Everyone rolling through here. Jeremy Pruitt to Jack State. Not what we've heard. Maybe the answer. Dana Holgerson right now is playing in the American Conference Championship with Houston.
Sure, not him.
Chip Lindsey would not blow us away at Jack State. Just lost his job at Troy. I'll skip that one.
Jim,
that's right
people
there.
in the Farfolio chat room. That's a
great guess.
That's a heck of a guess.
Yeah, we're just going to skip over it.
Yeah, you were going to skip.
What about
over.
Barry Switzer?
Barry Switzer is not it.
Yeah, Doug Marone, Jack State. I see what you guys.
A lot of Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien.
It's not Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. We will tell you, though. Is there a possibility of a correct answer over there? Can you at least say that?
Possibility of anything, Jim.
Yeah.
Bo Nix may not come back to Auburn next year. I don't know if you heard.
Right.
D. Davis a little smaller than I thought. I saw him. I know he's listed at 5'10". I saw him pregame down on the field. He's thicker than Bryce Young, but the height looks about the same.
Speaking of thicker, before we got to get to trash, we're running behind on trash. But Brown and I had an opportunity to pregame right as the doors open at Acre down in Auburn.
It's the best restaurant in Auburn.
And everything was delicious. But the appetizer that Brown ordered for us, the country fried...
Chicken fried
bacon.
Mm-hmm.
And with sawmill gravy and molasses on top of it.
Phenomenal.
Oh, my goodness, boys.
Phenomenal.
And I may have changed the way I order my bacon from now on. I now may be a limp bacon guy.
Thank you. Welcome
Really?
aboard.
Because when they batter it in the chicken
That's
fry,
right.
they don't cook it.
Yeah, it just
so it was
cooks.
very
Yeah.
limp inside that,
And it's better.
And it's
Admit
a lot.
it.
It's a lot more flavor.
Okay, but most of the
Welcome
limp
aboard.
bacon that I've come across is
Yeah.
way too fatty, and it's just way too. It's too limp.
Welcome aboard, Jim.
Yeah, I mean it's more flavor that way. I'll be honest.
Welcome aboard.
That had a lot of gravy and molasses on it too. Let's do trash. It is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Okay, I started at Discount Karate from the grassroots, and then they sold out to Dairy Queen. And then they couldn't afford to pay their taxes, so they merged and became Taekwondo DQ. And to this day, you can go to the drive-thru, get your ass beat, and a brass knuckle blizzard.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, the holidays are here, so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right, whether it's college tuition, home improvements, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole. The refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start first. A man in Florida arrested Tuesday after he allegedly used a machete to threaten Pier 60 employees when he was told the bathrooms were closed. Now, documents show Thomas Clement, 64 years old, was at a Pier 60 store in Pinellas County when he began yelling profanities at store workers. An arrest affidavit shows that Clement began yelling after store employees told him the bathroom was closed. That's when Clement, seated in a wheelchair, pulled out a 12-inch machete before waving it around as he threatened employees. Several minutes later, Clement was arrested, charged with disorderly conduct. Bond was set at $250. And documents, this is going to shock you guys, show that alcohol may have played a part in this.
So he's machete in a wheelchair. Which
and so
no, it doesn't surprise me. But there again, I kind of like my odds of getting away. Now, if he's gun in a wheelchair, it's fair game.
You got to outrun the bullet then.
That's right. Machete in the wheelchair, I just got to outrun
Come
the
here,
wheelchair.
I'll talk to you. I don't trust you now.
Well, and in order to have any shot at catching you, he's got to put the machete up too.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, he's got to put the machete in his lap, or he's just going in a circle.
Right.
It becomes like a defensive weapon at that point. You have two machetes, you can roll.
Oh, that's true.
And then you're rolling blades. You're a rolling blade thing at this point. You're like running through people.
So
like the image.
We've got an Italian doctor. His nickname, Dr. Magic Flute.
Oh, really?
I got an appointment on Wednesday.
He was uncovered as a fraud for allegedly offering to have sex with a female patient to, quote, cure her cancer-causing virus, according to a report.
I'm not sure if this will work, but
Dr. Giovanni Manello, 60 years old, a gynecologist in the southern city of Bari, told the 33-year-old woman that she had a sexual transmitted bug that can cause cancer. Now, although a pap smear test was negative, according to Newsflash, he reportedly told her, quote, I have saved many women from cancer. All those I have contact with were negative afterwards. Now, the woman, identified as Anna Marie, decided to contact the Italian newspaper, La Repubblica. She said she was shocked that he proposed having sex with her when she asked about the results of her pap test. Woman then reached out to the investigative news program, which hired an actress to portray a patient. Manello told her that she had, quote, white spots on her cervix, which indicated the presence of HPV, and also offered to have sex with her. Now, when the actress asked about protection, the doctor allegedly told her condom wouldn't be good because she wouldn't get the benefits of his antibodies.
Yeah.
So you got to think about that.
Right to the island. Yeah, hadn't put one into the island in a while. This one goes right there.
Oh, my God.
Yep,
Through his
right
attorney, Manello said, quote, I have successfully treated hundreds of women over 40 years, only proposed an alternative treatment that has yielded results, adding he never forced any women to have sex with him.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Carl comes in, Doc, I got the old HPV. You saved my wife's life. Can you save mine? Well, it doesn't work on everybody.
No, that's not.
You and fat chicks. It doesn't work on those.
What kind of blood type you got? Don't work on that.
Didn't realize this, but did you guys know the private jet demand is booming right now?
Is it now? Net jets?
Wheels up? Extent that companies can't produce them quickly enough and buyers are facing extended wait periods for deliveries. Can you imagine telling your neighbor, man, I'm on a 6-month wait for my jet?
Yes.
My goodness,
I had
the
a
1%, the suffering the 1% is going through right now.
Now, they say even secondhand businesses' jets are vanishing from the market. Now, according to John Schmidt, he's a global aerospace and defense industry lead at the consultancy Accenture. He told CNBC at the Dubai Air Show.
Come to Mike's Jets. That's Jets with a G.
Well, if you look at today compared to 2019, the market has almost exploded. Now, the pandemic has converted a lot of travelers to private flying, many for the first time, but analysts say the trend is primarily attributed to wealth boom in the last year and a half, specifically at the top echelons of society as more companies go public, stock market hit record highs, and spenders enjoy an extended period of low interest rates. I've had the opportunity just through other parties to be able to fly private. And if you had a ton, I'm talking a ton of money, it probably makes sense.
Don't you buy no ugly jet. That was a great commercial back in the day.
They have wings, we have wangs.
You guys agree with this? 4 in 5 parents say children aren't thankful for what they have now.
Oh, by and large, yes.
Maybe this goes back to people buying jets nonstop, right?
Okay, this is a good follow-up story.
Yeah, it really
Now,
is.
this one out of studyfinds.org. Although Thanksgiving and the holiday season are giving many people an opportunity to celebrate and appreciate their loved ones, a new poll finds most parents think their kids have some catching up to do in the thankfulness department. New poll by the University of Michigan researchers reveals a stunning 4 in 5 parents think children today don't appreciate what they have. Now, over half of the study of the 1,125 parents with kids between the ages of 4 and 10 they believe they spoil their kids too much. Another 2 in 5 even go further, saying they're sometimes, quote, embarrassed by how selfish the kid acts.
I've never gotten to that point, but I just think as Americans, we have so much. It's the greatest country in the world, right? We have so much that we just aren't thankful enough for it. And I am that way, by the way. It's not just my kids. I can't just point at my kids. I'm that way.
I think we all get caught up in it, and you don't take moments to appreciate what you legitimately have.
Do whether it's a religious mission trip or not, go do a mission trip somewhere, and that one will change you.
Yeah, like I was pissed off because I missed the light to go left on 280 today, so I had to go across to loop it, where I saved like 3 or 4 minutes. And when I'm going across, there's a dude. It's 38 degrees this morning. He's picking up trash on the side of the road, and I'm coming in to talk about the Iron Bowl and to talk about Lincoln Riley taking the USC job.
That's right.
Got to appreciate the moment sometimes. Okay, here are more odd.
And your feet were warm with your USC socks on today, right?
Yeah.
Can you show them?
I can show them.
All right, here we go. Forrester.
Lift them britches up.
Look at that. He's got USC socks on.
Yeah, there you go. Could you see that at all?
Yeah, so you need to use your other leg.
Put your leg
there
up.
you go.
There we go.
Hold them higher.
Brown, you're just doing this now.
What?
Okay, here are more odd reasons there wasn't a second date. Middle of dinner, he set his phone up to watch whatever game was on.
Is that bad?
Resourceful.
I'm listening.
I don't want to do it the first date.
I've done it, but it's with my wife, who I've been married to for 20 some odd years.
Technically, you did it with me during the.
Said wife.
We're sitting there at appetizer, 11 o'clock. You interrupted and you said, I said, what are you doing? You said, I'm trying to set my phone TV to record the Iron Bowl.
I forgot to DVR the Iron Bowl.
I know, but it ruined our whole
Auburn.
mood. We had drinks.
And
you wonder why you look at me.
He's doing it just to play to you. You know that.
You did wonderful appetizers. Best place to eat in Auburn. We ate there together.
Hey, ask Brown, though. We got matching drinks, too. Pre-game drinks.
Yeah.
He loves doing this to set you up. You
and
know
then,
he's just playing to you.
Then we took a break to step by the sun.
Took a bite of the sun is what he did.
Jimmy Sunshine.
Here's another odd reason there wasn't a second date. This isn't odd. I mean, I would have done the exact same thing this one did. He kept touching me with his long-ass fingernails. If I would have just seen long fingernails, there wouldn't have been a second date.
Worse is toenails.
We've got a late coworker that we all loved as a person, but he used to keep his pinky nail very, very long. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
Yeah, people used to do that. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things back in the day.
I don't know. He used to have a long pinky nail, and I always noticed it.
Could be to pick food out of his teeth.
Could be.
Rockstar has to keep him a little longer to pick, right?
No, I don't. I can't do the finger picking with the fingernails. I still do it with my fingers. I can't stand long nails.
Here's another odd reason there wasn't a second date. Went to dinner. There was a cup of ranch sauce. He proceeded to scoop the last remaining ranch with his finger and suck it off.
Oh, not on a first date.
See, that's back where that long fingernail would come in handy, too.
I've never seen this one. Another odd reason there wasn't a second date. Went to a Mexican restaurant. He ate his burrito like corn on the cob.
A typewriter.
How do you eat a burrito that way?
And this one,
it's a sandwich at that
falls
point.
everywhere.
Tell me what stands out about the final one. Odd reasons there wasn't a second date. His bed was 2 air mattresses stacked on each other.
I got the second one for Christmas. Now I just have one.
I'll make a point that's the first date, and you saw his bed. That says a lot about you too.
That's what I was saying too.
All right.
Like, he probably doesn't give a rat's ass there's not a second date.
That's right.
And that is Trash, brought to you by.
Hey, it's the holiday season, and we want you to do gift giving right. Buying that perfect gift for your loved one can be expensive. You don't want to be driving the sleigh with a couple of reindeer down. So get a cash out refi with Mortgage Right to crank up the Christmas spirit. Mortgage Right can help turn your home equity into cash in your pocket. Their team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance you need to get your finances back on track. Kick Christmas into gear. Get started at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
A lot going on. We'll reset you, including Bo's comments and what Brian Harsin and Nick Saban said after the Iron Bowl. Still to come.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There are few things in life more important than getting a good night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I learned that after going to Sleep Outfitters and getting my sleep outfitting. What is an outfitting, you might ask? Well, I simply went to the Sleep Outfitters off Highway 280, sat down and answered just a few short questions, and in moments, they had me laying on a mattress in the store so I could pick it out myself. The delivery was so easy. They set it up right there in my home, and I have an amazing night's sleep every night, and my life is better because of it. You can get that same night's sleep by finding a location at sleepoutfitters.com. And right now, you could win a $1,000 MasterCard gift card from Sleep Outfitters. This is a special sweepstakes, and it is just for our listeners. So go to sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan to enter. That's sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan. This is exclusive to the Next Round audience, so go try to win. Discover more about Sleep Outfitters and how they can help you complete your personal sleep profile, and you can start sleeping better too, and you can sleep with a $1,000 MasterCard gift card in your pocket now. sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, confirmation on who the next Jack State football coach will be from Ryan Brown after LT tells us about Ship Happens.
Hey, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain, it's a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens. Write the number down, 205-605-8101.
All right, Brown.
According to multiple sources now, I am told Jacksonville State tonight will announce former West Virginia, Michigan, and Arizona head coach Rich Rodriguez as the Jack State Gamecocks' next head coach. He's currently the OC at La Monroe.
Wow, boy, his career taking a turn. No disrespect to Jacksonville State at all.
I mean, that's
Well, no, it's not. I mean, hell, he was the Michigan's head coach.
Why? That's for a decade ago.
He
right?
was a game away from playing for a national championship, one of the biggest meltdowns we've ever seen.
A regular guest, by the way, on the Pat McAfee show, so national exposure, because that was McAfee's coach at West Virginia. So, I mean, Rich Rod was a heartbeat away from, not a heartbeat, sounds like he's vice president. He was one bad radio moment on the original roundtable with Lance and Fitzy calling out his wife's hair from being the head coach at Alabama.
I made one observation, and then Feinbaum ran with my observation, and thank God I wasn't the one that got credited with that. I mean, in retrospect, it ended up pretty good for Alabama, though, right?
It did.
Because Rich Rod, for whatever reason, lost his fastball after West Virginia. And again, look, this might be totally different. He won a Division I championship in a NAIA at Glenville State. That was back in '93. But, I mean, in retrospect, too, when you look at his Arizona record compared to how bad Arizona is now.
Yes.
I mean, the guy was 43-35 at Arizona.
I mean, that is a really good hire.
Yeah, well, he didn't get fired for on the field at Arizona.
No.
I mean, he had the off-the-field issue, obviously.
Things that they don't want you to bring up right now, Brown,
I'm well
as
aware
you
of
break
that.
this story.
Just pointing out.
Yeah.
I got
Rich Rodriguez to Jacksonville State.
Yeah, I mean, that makes
exciting.
That makes some national news there, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is big. Bo Nix earlier not shying away from the fact that he is exploring all options when it comes about his future, whether it's at Auburn or somewhere else. We asked him about the portal. That is now at nextraillive.com. We put that video up. If you missed that, you can check it out or go to our YouTube page.
According to 24/7 Sports, we were talking about this in the break, how much we love the coaching carousel. For what we do, the coaching carousel is so much fun. I hate that the busiest day on the coaching carousel is the day after the Iron Bowl every year.
I wish they'd move
rivalry Saturday.
I wish they'd move the Iron Bowl now.
Or move the carousel, either way.
Could you guys give me this, though? Rich Rodriguez, as far as resume, has the second best in-state now as a coach?
Second best resume?
Yeah.
I mean, it's all based on what he did at West Virginia, but I guess, yeah.
Well, I mean, he did go to a New Year's Six game with Arizona.
Yep.
Multiple.
Boy, I forget that.
Yeah, multiple.
Well, Brown's
with,
got another carousel job he wants to get to here.
There we go. 24/7 Sports reporting a prime candidate for the Oklahoma job is. He's a current SEC coach, and if you think about this, there's a connection.
Mark Stoops.
No.
Josh Heupel.
No. They do have a lot of connections with SEC coaches, don't they? You still haven't gotten it, though.
Wait. An SEC coach.
He was on that screen not long ago, and we loved the interview with him.
Bo Nix.
No.
Dana Holgerson.
Shane Beamer. Dana Holgerson's never been on that screen. Shane Beamer.
It was. People were talking about Dana Holgerson to Jack State.
Man, I will say this. I think Shane has done a terrific job. They looked awful against Clemson, though. And
they did.
I think 1 year, 6-6, very impressive with what he had to work with. But I'm not prepared to give him the Oklahoma job.
Again, now, just a prime candidate is what 24/7 Sports is reporting.
Okay, the guys I went Stoops, you went Heupel. Stoops, Heupel, and Beamer, don't you feel better that you're at least you know what you're getting with Stoops and Heupel?
All due respect to Shane Beamer. In that order, you just called him out. Stoops did a better job than Heupel. Heupel did a better job than Beamer. Then there's Beamer. All three did a really good job this year. But Stoops, Heupel, Beamer in that order.
Would be shocked. And I'm sure Shane Beamer's a hell of an interview. I'm sure he's a charismatic guy. You sit him down, he's going to tell you that he's going to win a national championship within a year. And you probably believe him. But, man, I think that is a roll of a dice. Yeah. Look, they haven't had a major coaching search since they hired Stoops.
Yeah, I don't need Shane Beamer at Oklahoma. I need Shane Beamer's positivity and ability to do more with less at a place like South Carolina. At Oklahoma, I need someone who can manage the thoroughbreds of the sport, the best of the best. I need someone who can handle the 5-star recruit, the 4-star recruit. And maybe Beamer can do that. But the reason he's getting pats on the back this year is because he took a horrible situation without the Jimmies and Joes and turned it into a 6-6 season. That's why he's getting the credit.
What's your concern on whether he'll make it at South Carolina? Let me just ask you that. I mean, do you think he'll win at South Carolina?
I think the thing that concerns me about him at South Carolina is the fact that it's South Carolina. It's not a Shane Beamer problem. It's a South Carolina
and so
problem.
that was going to be my point. Well, you eliminate a lot of that then with Oklahoma. Oklahoma doesn't have those same issues.
But I do think the Oklahoma job got much more difficult coming to the SEC.
A lot of people say that, and maybe it did.
But the South Carolina job with Oklahoma and Texas got more difficult.
That's right.
You know, I'm interested when we realign things, however we're going to decide how we play and schedule in the SEC, if we keep conferences, what we end up doing, pods, whatever. You know, how much respect we give to Oklahoma and Texas's history as we divide things up. Because initially you think if you go straight with the map, you move Alabama and Auburn to the east and put Oklahoma, Texas, Texas A&M, LSU all together in the west. Well, there's a possibility of a lot of mediocrity there if Oklahoma and Texas is not up to the SEC snuff.
Yeah, but I still think if we did our power rankings just based on the last 5 years, outside of Alabama and Georgia, Oklahoma probably would be 3 in the SEC.
Probably, if they are able to maintain that when they come to the league.
And I don't know if they can or can't. Again, I think it gets more difficult. I think that's one of the reasons Lincoln Riley decided to bolt.
All right. Bo Nix talking about rolling or at least exploring options in the portal. Rich Rodriguez, the next head coach at Jacksonville State, confirmed by Ryan Brown. And everything else that's going on will continue on after we hear from Nick Saban. The Nick Saban news conference is next. I'll hit the headlines after Brown tells you about Tom Beckby.
Oh, Tom Beckby, Jimmy D. He wanted some great good-looking outdoor clothing that was good for the field, good for the city, good for the office, good for church, whatever. He couldn't find what he liked, so he designed his own jacket in 2015. Since then, it is the best you can find. You can see it for yourself at Mountain Brook Village. Time-tested, rugged materials at the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village. A local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Tom Beckby Store, Mountain Brook Village, or online, tombeckby.com. That's B-E-C-K-B-E, B-E-C-K-B-E, tombeckby.com.
So Alabama wins the Iron Bowl 24-22 in 4 overtimes. Nick Saban will update us on Brian Robinson and Jalen Armour Davis's injury as they go as 6.5-point underdogs to play Georgia in the SEC Championship. David Cutcliffe is out at Duke. And then the rest of the coaching carousel now. Lincoln Riley to USC, Billy Napier to Florida, Sonny Dykes to TCU, reports Rhett Lashley to SMU. Jor Moorhead is looking closely at leaving Oregon to be the head coach at Akron. Brown just told you Rich Rodriguez will be the next coach at Jacksonville State. And then we'll talk about the championship games with Nick Saban next in our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com. What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. 888-203-2660. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bryce Young has a fourth quarter and overtime for the ages as he goes 12 of 22, 174, and 2 touchdowns to save the victory for Alabama in the Iron Bowl, 24-22 and 4 overtimes. Nick Saban will talk about the next step for Alabama in just a second with his weekly news conference and our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Some of the celebration there from this past weekend down at Jordan-Hare Stadium with Alabama pulling off the victory down there. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all with you today. The Next Round hats and other gear available for you right now in the Next Round store. It is Cyber Monday. A lot of you are doing your shopping online. You can get the alternate logo hats, the traditional Next Round logo hats, the rope hats, and more right now. Nextround.store, hoodies and T-shirts and everything else, 15% off if you use the promo code Cyber Monday. That's on the whole store. 15% off the promo code Cyber Monday is your promo code. Let's head to Tuscaloosa. Nick Saban, Alabama, a 6.5-point underdog against Georgia Saturday.
Use the raise your hand function. Coach, go ahead. Well, we showed a lot of grit, determination, resiliency, whatever you want to call it, in the last game. And you got to give our players a lot of credit for that. Showed great competitive character and being able to come back in the game. We had to overcome a lot of adversity, some of which we created for ourselves, some they created. Obviously, the things that, we created, we need to correct so that maybe we don't have, some of those issues, in the future. It's nice to see Will Anderson be the SEC Player of the Week again. I think, this is a great opportunity for our team to be in the SEC championship game. They worked hard all year for it. They're going to play a great team in Georgia. Georgia's the number one team in the country. They've been the most consistent team, all year long in terms of how they've sustained their performance and played at a high level, dominated the competition just about every game that they've played. I think that's, a reflection of Kirby. He's done a great job. They have, a mature team that plays with a lot of competitive character. And, they're the number one defense in the country. They've got a lot of good players on defense. They've had a lot of create a lot of negative plays, sack, pressure the quarterback, tackles for loss. And, their offense has been very, very efficient. They're scoring 40 points a game. Quarterbacks played outstanding football for them. He's one of the leading pass efficiency guys, in the country. They're able to run the ball with great balance. They've got two great running backs that both contribute equally. And, they got really good skill players outside. 19 is really a good tight end. Is actually the leading receiver on the team and a very athletic guy who creates a lot of mismatch issues for you in the passing game. They're great. They're very good on special teams. This is a complete team, and it'll be a tremendous challenge for our players to, play well. That's obviously the goal, and we got to have the right mindset and good preparation, all week long to be able to do that.
We'll start with Nick Kelly.
You talked post-game some of the issues on the O-line. What are some of the things you feel are correctable up front in pass protection and run blocking?
I think we got to play more physical. I think we got to be more aggressive in terms of, how we come out of our hips, play with power, whatever it is. We got to try to dictate, when we're in the run game and get moving. We did a better job of that in the second half. And we got to give our players, a good chance with some advantage runs when we do try to run the ball. So pass protection was an issue at times, but, we just got to do a better job of, staying square. Quarterback's got to do a good job in the pocket so that, the O-line knows where he's going to be. So there's a lot of things that, we need to work on when it comes to pressures. We got to have a good plan for how we block them. And, there's a lot of things that I think we're capable of improving. And I have a lot of confidence that the players will go about it the right way to try to get that done this week.
We'll go to Michael Casagrande.
Yeah, what makes this Georgia defense unique in 2021 in a era of offense, era of college football dominated by offensive football?
Well, I think they've been very good on defense for several years. They were very good on defense last year, too. They got a lot of the guys back that are experienced, in that regard. They play a good system. They have a good scheme. They're well coached, and they have really good players. And they play hard. I mean, they play with, a lot of toughness. They're fast reactors. They're very instinctive. So, they got a combination of a good scheme and really good, well coached, and a lot of good players who make a lot of plays by playing, sort of team defense. They don't mess up a lot. They do what they're supposed to do, and they're pretty confident in the way they do it.
We will go to Aaron Suttles.
Without knowing Brian Robinson's availability this week, have you ever been in a situation where you're down to one scholarship running back and What sort of challenges does that create through the week in practice up until game time?
Well, to answer your question, the first part is no. The second part is, we have to coach the players that we have, and we got to get them ready to play the game. There's nothing else we can do about that. Injuries are part of the game. You don't ever like to see any player, not be able to compete, especially when they've had a great year all year long and probably want to play in this game because of that. But we, as a coach, you just have to coach the players and try to get the players ready that you have available to play in the game, and have confidence in them and try to do the things that they can do well to help the team.
Next, we will go to Charlie Potter. Charlie, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Coach. When you guys were recruiting Will Anderson, what's maybe the biggest thing that stood out to you when you were evaluating him as a prospect?
Oh, we loved Will Anderson in high school. We had great size. You could see the initial quickness, explosive power. We didn't know for sure if he'd end up being a stand-up player or end up playing down. He kind of does both for us now and does both very well. So he's certainly been everything that we thought he would be. And I think that's because of the kind of person he is, the kind of competitive character he has, the leadership qualities that he has. The guy's always trying to get better.
We'll go to Jeff Spiegel.
Yeah, Nick, you've had 3 SEC games in a row that were really close games. What does that say about how battle-tested your team is, and how important is that going into a game like this?
I can't answer the second part of that question. I think the key to the drill is you got to try to win every play when you play in games like this, and you got to keep battling for 60 minutes in the game. You hear the old adage, play one play at a time, but I think that's probably more important, in games like this than any games that you play. We've had to do that several times. Does that help us? I really don't know the answer to that. Hopefully our players can stay focused and, play one play at a time and play the next play, whether we had a good play or a bad play, so that we can try to play with the utmost consistency possible in the game and not get frustrated, keep our poise, and, sort of show the same kind of resiliency that we've had to show, this latter part of the season.
We'll go to John Zener.
Kind of along the same lines, what does it say about your offense that y'all kept, they kind of kept battling and finally got going late in the game after struggling, knowing you're going to face adversity facing this defense?
Yeah, well, I don't, it is what it is. I mean, we need to execute better. We need to create more positive down and distance situations for ourselves. We can't have as many negative plays, which is what this defense thrives on relative to, their pressure and the way they do things, up front. So we it's going to be difficult to continue to kind of overcome those circumstances. The best way to overcome them is not allow them to happen to start with, because you execute and the players are confident in, who they have to block, what they have to do, and knowing that the other team's got really good players, you're going to have to play the best you can all year, best you have all year.
Go to Stuart Mandel.
Nick, another Will Anderson question. It's traditionally been very hard, if not impossible, for a defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy because you just, you don't see them on the screen every play like you do a quarterback or running back. How would you describe to people the impact he has had for you guys and, how important he has been for you this season?
Well, I think he's been one of the most productive players in college football, as a defensive player. He's done everything that we've asked him to do. He's a very consistent player. He's very disciplined in terms of doing his job and does it with, tremendous effort and toughness. So I don't know that there's a lot of good football players out there on both sides of the ball, but he's done as much for our team as anybody ever has. And I don't know how that equates into recognition or how you compare him to other positions or how you compare him to other players in the country, because I don't get to see those guys all the time. But he's done as much for us as anybody could ever hope for.
We're not going to be able to get to everybody today, but we're going to finish up with Mike Griffin.
Coach, Kirby said that he simplified some things on defense. Obviously, you guys had some success last year. What do you see as some of the differences in the back of the Georgia defense from a year ago?
Well, I think that I don't know that I see a lot of differences. I think they do a really good job up front. They do a really good job in the back end. They try to disguise what they're doing. Their corners probably play off a little bit more than they play, up on people. I don't know what their plan will be against us, but I think they're outstanding, and maybe they have simplified things, but they're still really aggressive and do a lot of very, very good things that are have made them the best defense in the country.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Get to players here in just a moment.
All right. Alabama players, you heard Josh Maxson saying there, will be coming up momentarily as they will be broadcasting and doing their weekly news event. But it's all part of our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through with head coach Nick Saban talking about Georgia.
Yeah, and since 1982, Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. I disappeared off the set because our friend Pete Flack brought us some chili and grilled cheese today. I was surprised that Rockstar did not participate, at least in the grilled cheese.
I got to be strong, man. You got to be strong sometimes.
You're doing the intermittent fasting.
Yeah. Trying.
I just convinced myself that chili's good for you. And if you tasted the Hamburger Heaven chili, you would agree with it anyway. Stop by for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. But I do, and 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, Homewood. But ask for the chili, get one of those eggnog shakes. Perfect time of year for both.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And we appreciate the folks at Hamburger Heaven being with us all year long with our on-campus drive-thrus, and especially appreciate Pete working with our student on-campus reporters. We're done with those now, but Senna House over in Tuscaloosa and Ryan Hall down at Auburn had a chance to see Ryan in person after the Iron Bowl this past week. He said, tell Rockstar hi, and he's looking forward to maybe swinging by next time he's up here in town and having a cold beer with us over on the Lego chair. So we appreciate both Senna and Ryan, what they provided from campus, part of our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through all year long. All right, when we come back, a lot to reset for you today. We'll replay what Bo Nix said on the air and get some reaction to that. We'll talk about Rich Rod going to Jack State, Lincoln Riley to USC, and the SEC championship all ahead. All that still to come. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's the exclusive provider of everything that they offer for us here in the next round. They offer you pest protection, termite protection, mosquito control, lawn care service, and you can get that initial environment pest service to keep the pest outside. I mean, who wants bugs in their house, right? If you ever have that problem, Wayne's can solve the problem. And if you don't like who you're with, switch over to Wayne's right now. We did that a long time ago. Everybody on the show is a Wayne's customer. And whether you're listening to us in Tuscaloosa, Auburn, Nashville, or Knoxville, you can make the switch right now and get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. Use the promo code TNR. Same thing on my hat right here, TNR. That stands for the next round. Use that promo code right there. You save $60 off that initial service as you switch over to Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. They do residential and commercial termite protection and all those other services. For over 100,000 families in the SEC footprint, they call Wayne's their pest protector. We do too. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. And ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel, and Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online gusfriedchicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online gusfriedchicken.com.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions? Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to cowan.com.
Before we get to our 3 and Out today and back into the Farmfolio chat room, talking about everything that's going on here, coming off of a rivalry weekend that saw Alabama survive against Auburn to keep their playoff hopes alive. Michigan upset Ohio State to jump firmly into the playoff conversation, and Oklahoma State win Bedlam to move into a position where they could find themselves in the college football playoffs. All those things happened this weekend. More of that conversation and the crazy coaching carousel that is going on in 3 and Out and a lot more. But first, Bromberg's wants to remind you that this is the perfect time to pick up an early holiday gift.
Yeah, Dunaway, nothing like giving or getting that silver box. If you're in the market to maybe pop the question this holiday season, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. You can view their online store right now. Go to brombergs.com or just get in. See the guys at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
You guys still reacting to a lot of things that are going on. You know, in Nick Saban's news conference, he talked about injuries being part of the game. And it really is. I mean, it's easy to say that, you know, God, I wish Alabama was 100% this weekend against Georgia. I want to see what that game is like. It's fine to say that, but getting to week 14 of the season is part of the journey to being a champion. And this is why, you know, if it comes down to if Alabama beats Georgia and Michigan's in and Oklahoma State has, you know, gone all the way and wins the Big 12 championship with only 1 loss, that's why I say Oklahoma State jumps Cincinnati, Alabama's in, Michigan's in, Georgia's in, because the grind of doing it week in and week out, part of it is the wear and tear on your players, and Cincinnati is not going through the same drill that everyone else is. And I truly believe that.
Well, and if you just looked at the Cincinnati-East Carolina score, I don't know how much of that game you guys watched.
I watched a lot because I had East Carolina, and I felt like East Carolina should have covered that game. That scoop and score killed them.
That's what killed them. It's 21-3 at the half.
Should have actually gone for it instead of kicking the field goal.
I kind of agree with you on that because they
you.
kept settling for 3. It's 21-3 at the half. Cincinnati just they came out in the second half. They were flat. And East Carolina's moving the ball on them, miss a field goal. Then, like Lance said, they get one blocked. They hit one. It's 21-6. They should have gone for it. But still, that 35-13 score is a little bit misleading. I mean, that was not – they're not blowing people off the map right now. This Houston game's interesting.
But to what I'm talking about, Alabama is beaten and battered. They're not the team they were going into the season. But there's going to be no poor me's here. That's part of it. There have been years that Alabama has been very fortunate when it comes to the injuries and went on to win a national championship. This has not been one of those years. They have battled this injury thing since game 1 against Miami with Chris and him going down there. So this has been part of the storyline for this Alabama team. On the flip side, Georgia has had some major injuries this year, and they got George Pickens back against Georgia Tech. He has worked his butt off since the injury in the offseason to come back and play in the meaningful games, the SEC championship and the playoffs, and George Pickens has done that.
Yeah, probably not in football shape, only had the 1 reception against Georgia Tech, but to have him back and for Georgia to be able to do what they've been able to do offensively without that true threat on the perimeter. You know, Darnell Washington was another guy that they missed early. Now, you know, they're missing one of their best linebackers because of legal issues. Yeah. So Georgia's had to deal with a lot, too.
They have. I would think George Pickens would benefit from the off time between this SEC championship game and the playoffs.
I was going to bring that up if you had not, because there's almost a month there to get in better shape.
Like, I don't think he would be much of an impact in this game against Alabama. I mean, if you play him that little against Georgia Tech, how much are you going to play him against Alabama, right? That was your opportunity to get him some reps and get him in shape. And like Lance said, he had the 1 reception. So I think that's a little bit of a non-factor. As far as this SEC championship game goes, it'll be interesting to see if they can get him back, though, for the semifinals.
All right. K-Rock pointing out Spencer Rattler officially into the transfer portal, as Brown was reporting earlier as well. That is a quarterback that, much like Jameis Winston leaving Tampa, new scenery, could have a new chapter in his career. Do you think Spencer Rattler is still a good quarterback at some point in college?
It's weird because wasn't early on his true freshman year in Norman, and then had a tremendous second half of the season. A lot of people believed he was your Heisman favorite coming into this year, and a lot of people believed he'd be the first quarterback overall selected in the draft. And now you just watch how he struggled this year in Lincoln Riley's offense. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I've seen good Spencer Rattler.
Yep.
So I still believe there's another chapter.
I mean, you could close your eyes and easily see him in a Texas A&M uniform with Jimbo Fisher or in a powder blue helmet at Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin. You could easily see both of those guys interested in Spencer Rattler with their quarterback situation. Let's do 3 and Out. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Four great locations for you. If you need to get that car winterized, stop by. Locally owned and operated. Anything from brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, more surprising 8-4. A&M or Arkansas?
Oh, man.
Well, that's a glass half empty, half full kind of question.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess I'm more surprised at A&M. I mean, I like Sam Pittman. I guess if you told me at the start of the year they're going to be 8-4, I could have found the 8 wins and the 4 losses. No, I think I could have to start the year. I mean, I could have painted a picture. If you had told me A&M was 8-4, I don't know the 4 losses I would have found. One of them would have been Alabama. And if you told me they're 8-4 and they beat Alabama, I'm like, there's no way.
No, I agree with that statement too. But pull back Arkansas' schedule and put on your August Ryan Brown hat.
Okay. Yeah, and that's tough to do, Brown, because I think a lot of people believed it was the most difficult schedule coming in.
And it was going in.
Yeah, so to me, more surprising is Arkansas. He did an incredible job. I'm not surprised once again Jimbo Fisher loses 4 games.
Okay, here's what I would have said. I would have said Rice, they'll win. Texas, I even said it without knowing the outcome of that game. That is a toss-up game. Sark in his first year going to Arkansas is going to be a lift.
Move on.
There's 2. Georgia Southern, there's 3.
Okay.
Now, A&M, I don't think I'd have had them winning that one.
You did not.
Georgia, I know they wouldn't have won that one.
Yep.
At Ole Miss.
You did not think they would.
Well, I said Ole Miss is going to be 10-2. But, I mean, it's a winnable game. That's my point. It's not one where I say there's no way they're going to win that.
But 3-3.
Auburn easily, and they lost that game. But I would have said they could have beaten Auburn.
But would have beaten them if you had to predict the season.
Yeah.
I think you probably had Arkansas 4-8.
Yeah. No, I don't think I did. Pine Bluff, that's 5. Mississippi State is 6. Now, at LSU, at Alabama, but then Missouri is 7. I mean, there's 7 right there in the preseason that I could have convinced myself on. That's what I said. I'm not saying I said they would have. I'm saying I could have found 8 wins on that schedule.
Thought, I said this last year, they were going in back to August. They would be a better team, but their record might not be as good.
Yep. I remember you saying that. I agree with you with that. Best case scenario would have been 6-6.
I didn't know anybody that had them over 5 wins.
Yeah, 6-6 barely.
Except Brown.
Which one is yours?
Mine is more surprising as Arkansas.
Oh, I'm more surprised that it's Texas A&M because I'm like you. I couldn't find 4 losses on that schedule going in. August, Jim couldn't.
Second down.
Especially when I tell you one of them was not Alabama. If I'd given you that piece of information.
More surprising 10-win regular season, Wake Forest or Baylor?
I think I'd go Wake. Yeah. I think I'd go Wake on that one.
I think I would go Wake too. I mean, Dave Clawson getting a contract extension over the weekend. Congratulations to him.
What's he making now?
Probably 100, 115. Not a lot. I mean, it's Wake. I don't know. I don't think they report.
Yeah, it's private.
Yeah, I he does a lot. Sam Hartman was tremendous this week. I thought that would be a tricky game against Boston College. It wasn't. Sam Hartman lit him up. So hats off to him. And he's young, right? He's a couple more years for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you got that quarterback, they're going to be dangerous.
Third down.
More surprising 6-6, LSU or Auburn?
Both. I thought both would be better. I'm going to say if you go August, Jim, LSU's more surprising. I thought Auburn. I thought the medium, everybody average American pick was Auburn 7-5. I thought they'd be 8-4. They're 6-6. So a disappointing season. But LSU, I thought would be back. I thought 8-4 was their basement. I thought they'd be 9-3, 10-2, and they're 6-6 and changing coaches. So I would say LSU.
Gosh. I think I thought 7 was Auburn's basement. I think, what am I, August, Ryan? I think in August I would have said worst case for them is probably going to be 7 wins. So, and I don't know what I would have done with the Arkansas game before you throw that one at me. So I'd probably go LSU more surprising.
Yeah, I'm LSU too. I thought 7 or 5 or 6-6 Parsons' first year, but I thought LSU was 9 or 10 wins.
Yeah,
I'm really surprised.
Me
they're
too.
6-6.
Me too.
Fourth down.
And I'll tell you what's become an issue for me with the LSU program right now, and the new coach will have to address this, whoever it is. There seem to be a lot of their big profile stars that don't play in games a lot. And all I'm going to say is maybe they're really injured. They don't seem to be playing in a lot of games the last 2 years.
They've got the NBA mentality.
Yeah, there's a lot of opt-outs of games and such. And I think the new coach is going to have to change the mentality there, put a little hunger back in the LSU program.
More surprising Big Ten championship game participant, Iowa or Michigan? If I would have told you a month ago this was the matchup, you would have said.
Well, Michigan,
insane.
because of the side they came from. Yeah. Michigan, because of that side, especially after they lost to Michigan State, knowing the Ohio State game was make or break for them.
That's right, because I would have. I didn't think Michigan State would have the year they were going to have, but I thought Penn State would be a little bit better. I thought Ohio State was a lock, so I would have had Michigan third or maybe fourth. So I agree with you, Michigan.
Yeah. But see, I mean, once they lost to Michigan State, Lance said a month ago, once they lost to Michigan State, now Michigan State's got to find 2 losses.
Yeah.
How's that going to happen?
Yeah, going back a week ago, Ohio State was penciled in everyone's college football playoff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you go back to the beginning of the season, it was Clemson, shoe-in for the playoffs. I would go Ohio State second. That's the way you would do it.
It was Clemson, Ohio State, Alabama, Oklahoma.
Yeah, or Georgia, and depending on how good you thought Georgia was going to be.
Almost everyone, the 4 they had, though, was Clemson, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Alabama.
I mean, just think about
think about none of those 4 could make it.
2014, we started the college football playoffs. Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, and Oklahoma have been 4 mainstays in the playoffs. I mean, they've been in every playoffs in some form or fashion, those 4 teams. And sometimes that's been the 4 teams. And Georgia beats Alabama this weekend. None of those guys are in the playoffs.
Yeah. You think about it, you're going to have, because one of the questions was, can you see a new participant in the college football playoff that's never been there before? A lot of people are like, I don't think so. Because even if it's Georgia or Oklahoma, you had those 5 teams. 4 of these 5 are going to make it. Now you're going to have 3 possibly.
Yep. I appreciate your reaction to that comment right there. Brown gave me nothing. He gave me the zombie look. Huh?
What'd you say?
The college football playoff, Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, and Oklahoma, they've been mainstays since 2014. There's a chance none of them are in there.
There is that chance, yeah. I know. I mean, it's crazy. We always want new blood, but are we going to?
I know what's going on in your world right now. I know what's going on. I'm not going to say it on the air.
No, say it. Go ahead.
Brown is in his head right now is hoping Rich Rodriguez is the next coach at Jacksonville State because national guys are now reporting Rich Rod is the next coach at Jack State according to Ryan Brown.
That is right.
And I have been in that scenario before where I go, I don't get paid any extra to be sweating this out like this. Why did I tweet that?
Yeah.
And I've been there before, and I hate it.
I do too. I don't know why I do this to myself because it's not even that big a deal. It's Jacksonville State. I mean, I'm much I love my old school. But it's become some sort and we said this would happen, that Rich Rodriguez is a nationally known name. So it will get headlines. Mark Edwards of the Anniston Star is reporting that Jack State introduces him at 2 o'clock tomorrow, and he speaks with the team tonight.
That Rich Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay.
Has he ever been to the city of Jacksonville?
Who, Rich Rodriguez?
Yeah.
I would hope he visited before he took this job.
He's going to like that pizza joint, right?
And Mata's is on down the street in Anniston. I hope they took him to either Cooter Browns or the Rocket.
I bet what sold Rita was Quintard, right?
Quintard,
whatever.
But Rita will be a big fan of Cooter Browns and the Rocket, as am I.
Where's she going to get the hair done?
Throw a rock.
You got a fantastic Sam's there.
Lance, man. I mean, there's not a city block in Jacksonville where some lady doesn't have a salon connected to her house. Come on.
Oh, I hope you're right, Brown.
What?
That Rich Rod's the next coach at Jackson.
Buddy, you can take it to the bank with my 2 sources. Now, he's changed his mind once on this state, but that was when he was a head coach before.
Yeah, all right. That is our 3 and Out, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations for you. Get your car winterized, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper, locally owned and operated, 4 locations, and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You got a lock ready yet?
Yeah.
Okay, before we do the lock, some reaction on Twitter at Next Round Live. Blue Jean 66 says, Bo has options like Gus has passing routes. We'll play what Bo said on the air, and you judge for yourself what he's talking about. As I said, I think he's saying Auburn's a possibility, but he's going to look at other options out there. And I'll ask these guys, do you guys think Bo Nix has options to be a starting quarterback, not just a quarterback somewhere else, but a starting quarterback somewhere else in the Power 5? That when we come back. Lock of the Day every day is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing and Iron Mountain Construction. Jeremy Purvis is the guy that owns all of those companies there at ironmountainworld.com. Great supporter of the show. We love Jeremy. He loves to give you winners, and so does Lance. And Lance is going to give you one now.
So we've got the Seahawks at Washington tonight. Washington's won 2 in a row on the fringe of being a wild card team right now in the NFC. You look at Seattle, they're looking to avoid their first 3-game losing streak with Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback. It's their worst 10-game record under Pete Carroll. I think they bounce back in prime time tonight. Washington hasn't won a Monday night home game since 2012. RG3 was a rookie quarterback for them then.
He's now an ESPN announcer. That's how long
I
it's
like
been.
Seattle as a pick tonight on the road against Washington.
All right. Lights are flashing for a winner from Lance'sLock.com. Lance Taylor there. Jeremy wants to remind you that industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation needs. That's what Iron Mountain Construction is. They're committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget, small capital construction work. They can help you with service and support for plumbers and pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call Jeremy Purvis in the office at 205-781-1170, 781-1170, or go to ironmountainworld.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It's that time of year again. Don't miss Bromberg's store-wide free Christmas sale. Get 20% off throughout the store on diamonds and gemstones, designer jewelry, fine timepieces, fabulous giftware, and more. Find gifts from Bromberg's increased inventory of beautiful, timeless jewelry she will adore for a lifetime. And get 20% off during Bromberg's pre-Christmas sale Wednesday, December 1st and Thursday, December 2nd at Mountain Brook and the Summit. Make Christmas wishes come true with a silver Bromberg's box under the tree. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Golf is hard enough as it is. It should be fun and enjoyable. That's why you should check out my friends with Golf Tees, the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel, priced for everyone, no matter your budget. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com, or on all social media platforms at Official Golf Tees. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, They feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily. You feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week, Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
All right, part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Before I tell you about Greg from Pell City, one thing about Greg, very loyal guy. You'll never see a sign like this one in Norman, Oklahoma about Greg. Traitor is what they put up on the football stadium outside in the football area there in Norman. That one painted in, what are they, crimson and cream? That's what they are?
They are crimson and cream, yep.
Well, I think that shows you people like Lincoln Riley.
You don't think, like when you're coaching, you just can't think anymore, I can leave and go to another school and nobody's going to get PO'd at me about it.
Doesn't even matter the move.
It really doesn't.
Well, I mean, some places I don't think, like...
If Luke Fickell, everything he's done for Cincinnati, if he were to take the Oklahoma job right now, Cincinnati people get pissed at him.
Yep.
You think so?
Yes. We're going to the Big 12, man. Stick with that. They would get upset. You just cannot leave and people get happy.
If Brian Harsin took the Oklahoma job, well, I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of, that where we are. Oh, look at this one. Trader on the old... Well, at least it's the same people that did the sign. I can tell by the handwriting.
It's like they're Flat Stanley. Yeah. They're getting the picture everywhere.
Yeah. I don't know what that statue's of.
It's about settling the West. Jim or not.
I'm sure that statue will be taken down in the next couple of years.
Traitor.
They'll look into it now.
That's right. Now that we've seen the traitor, who is this really?
So that's the scene at Norman as the sun rises on Lincoln Riley out there searching for a new coach there.
Any chance they get a better coach than they had?
Oklahoma gets a better coach than Lincoln Riley?
I mean, that's hard.
There's a chance.
He's top 5 guy.
There's a chance though. It's Oklahoma.
But okay, that means they got to get a top 5 guy
or you get a guy from the NFL or something. I'm not saying
Billy
Kingsbury.
Napier might be the next Nick Saban. I doubt it, but he could be.
Yeah, I mean, could be, but he's at Florida, so Oklahoma won't get him. But you got Saban, you've got Dabo, you still have Ryan Day, despite what Harbaugh says.
And Lincoln's in that group.
And Lincoln was in the top 5, but you're not getting those 3 guys.
But you don't know that you can get a guy that becomes that guy. I mean, Shane Beamer could take that job and become Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, well, you're talking about a project at that point. They're not getting a guy who's already a top 5 guy, I guess was my point.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. I mean, that's hard to do.
They're going to have to find their next guy.
Right.
Part of our show brought to you by Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing, respected roofing contractors. They have been in the business and locally owned for 20 years, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies love them. They trust them, too. That means they're going to give you, when it comes down to those 50-50 calls, they'll go with Greg and hook you up there, right there. Those insurance guys love good, trustworthy, hardworking guys in the roofing industry, and that's what you get from Greg from Pell City, and he'll give you a free, no-cost inspection. No obligation, no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531, or just look him up. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. Okay, earlier in the show, back at about 11:03, Bo Nix was with us, and Brown and I asked him questions about the transfer portal, because in 2021 college football, there is always the possibility to change your situation, to move on and find another place to play football. Everybody's got a free move now. And you're going to see guys like at Louisiana. You're going to see a big star for Louisiana, their great corner, who it's second round right now, NFL grades. He could leave and go to Gainesville and stay with his coach, Billy Napier. You're going to see that. You're going to see guys from Norman or guys committed to Oklahoma go to USC. So we asked Bo Nix, is there any truth to any of these rumors about the transfer portal? Here's the question and what he said. Obviously, I'd like to give you an opportunity to sometimes put down some rumors out there. The portal is very much a part of college football right now, and you occasionally see, and I think you're talented and can quarterback anywhere in the country. There are people that would want Bo Nix. You tell me right now, and is it your plan to be back with Auburn in 2022? That's your school, and you're staying there?
Well, it's definitely my school. I'm graduating in a couple of weeks. I would have graduated in 3 years. That was my goal coming in. So Auburn is definitely my school. I think it will always be my school. But obviously right now I'm just trying to get healthy. I'm not sure what next year looks like. I got to get my ankle better first. Got to make sure that I can play and get back to my normal self. And then obviously I'll graduate, get through the bowl game. And then I think a lot of juniors are in the same boat. Well, not just juniors, but guys that came back for a COVID year and still have another year of eligibility. There's a lot of things that guys can do nowadays, and not sure what that is for me. But like I said, I want to get my ankle better and then worry about that in the future.
Bo Nix joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. What factors, so it sounds like at least it's something you would consider, what factors, once you do get healthy, would go into that decision-making of whether or not you play for Auburn or perhaps look for something else?
Well, my ultimate goal is to play in the NFL. And so depending on that, obviously that's got a lot to do with it moving on in the future. And then looking back, we'll just see what's going on, what has changed, and then make a decision from there. It's too big of a decision to make in about a week or over the phone on an interview.
He's right about that. He shouldn't make the decision with us.
Maybe a little shot at us.
Okay.
I thought the interesting two parts, first to yours, I thought for him to say, I'm graduating. To me, that shows, yes, this is my school. I'm graduating, but I've fulfilled my obligation. I think you can read that into that.
Well, the minute he started down that road, he was obviously up on the screen. You couldn't see us. The three of us are looking at each other like, oh, so he's really going to say this? Because the minute he said, well, it'll always be my school, what he's about to say.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he's going to transfer. But if you're not going to transfer, it's really easy to say, look, I'm getting healthy and I will be an Auburn Tiger for life. Yeah. That's where I want to be. The second part, what he came up with for you, Brown, is he said ultimately his goal is to be in the NFL. And I don't know if that's shot at Arson and Bobo.
It feels that way. It feels like he would be saying, I don't think I can reach my NFL potential at Auburn.
Yeah. Another way, if you can hear this, is if, I'm graduated and I am draft eligible, I will explore my options, get NFL grades back, and if it's not what I think it is, I'll come back and play college football. It's another way to look at it. I'm not saying that's what he meant. Just saying that's one way to look at it.
No, you're right about that.
Yeah. If I grade out third round, second round, maybe I go.
I mean, if I were in Vegas, I would make the odds that he leaves Auburn.
Yeah. But it's a weak quarterback draft. So if I'm going to get a third round grade this year, and I don't think I would get a third round grade next year, then this may be the smart business decision time to go.
Yeah, but if you really believe that you've got NFL potential, then you believe you can get better. And from what I saw, freshman, sophomore years were basically a push. I didn't see any development. I saw the same Bo Nix.
Yep.
I think there was a big jump from sophomore to junior year. So if you can make that jump again, I think the stock continues to go up. But again, he could have diffused all this by saying, I'm an Auburn Tiger for life I want to play at Auburn.
Yeah, we're back in a moment. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, again, the gift of sight. If you've dealt with the contacts, the eyeglasses, I did for years, you need to make this call, 969-8100. Just find out if you're a candidate for LASIK. You can ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. She'll hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure right here in the state of Alabama back in 1995. Call today to see if you're a candidate and see if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Final few seconds of the show here today. A lot to recap here, brought to you in part by our friends at the Standard for Insurance Agency.
Yeah, it's a great time to get that insurance checkup. Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the past 12 months, so call the Standard for Insurance Group for that insurance checkup. Have your coverages and what you pay each month ready, and call this number, 205-664-3200, 205-664-3200, or StandardForInsuranceGroup.com.
All right. Lance is locked tonight. You said earlier, like Seattle?
I like Seattle to pick, yes.
All right. So that's happening tonight, 7:15 on Monday Night Football. Nextround.store, 15% off. Cyber Monday is the promo code to get 15% off the entire store. The Next Round hats are up, including the alternate logo hat. First time you've had a chance to get that. Oklahoma coaching search. Kingsbury, Venables, Stoops. We just mentioned the possibility of, if I was Oklahoma or if I was LSU still looking, the first call I would make would be to the Carolina Panthers football office, and I asked to speak to Matt Rule.
Christian McCaffrey is done for the season, according to the team. And I gave you this stat from Phil DH that makes you guys say this. Now Matt Rule, after the loss to the Dolphins yesterday, has coached 33 games in Carolina. Christian McCaffrey has started and finished 6 of the 33.
Jeez.
You know, it's so sad because I really believe his skill set, he could have been one of the best ever. He could have been a Marshall Faulk-like.
Yeah.
And he's just not going to stay healthy. He will not, for whatever reason, be able to stay healthy a full 16.
So Lincoln Riley's at USC now. The coaching carousel will spin very fast even today. Do you think by the time we're on the air tomorrow at 9 o'clock, is there a coach at LSU?
No.
I would say no. Which is surprising, man. When Orgeron announced, I thought that would be the biggest one out there.
Before we do a show Friday in Atlanta at 9 a.m. at Twin Peaks, will there be a coach at LSU?
Yeah, because they've got so much money. And I think ultimately one of these guys is not going to blink, and they're going to take whatever that offer is, probably $10 million a year. Where do you go if you're Scott Woodward?
I go to Carolina.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I would too. And then after that, maybe Mark Stoops.
You pass on Matt Campbell? Because he's connected to Oklahoma, too.
I do pass on Matt Campbell.
Really?
I think it works there to some degree. I don't think it works with the 5-star recruit. We can talk more about that tomorrow. And as we progress throughout the week, Iron Bowl, Alabama wins it. Now it's Georgia, who is a 6.5-point favorite over Alabama for the SEC championship. The Tide needs to win to get in the playoffs. Georgia's in regardless as we head to Atlanta. Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford behind the glass, thank you guys very much. Thank all of you and everybody in the Farmfolio chat room. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway,